Gotcha. day 2 of the 2022 Seplat Energy Plc and her joint venture partners, the MPDC Technology Week. Yesterday, we listened to different presentations, most of which walked us through what Seplat is doing with energy in increasing value for her partners, shareholders, and stakeholders. We were also spoken to by the regulator, the NUPRC, concerning what they are doing as an overall plan for technology and sustainable energy transition. We did also listen to NAPIM's NMPC on the drivers of sustainable energy transition. We continued listening a bit more from the Seplat Technology story. We were quite wowed and inspired by how the utilization of technology is helping Seplat optimize production, drive down costs, which has been the agenda of government for quite a while now. I recall last year and the years prior, when the GMD, the President and the Minister of State have all charged the industry to look for ways to drive down costs. So what Seplat has demonstrated is that as long as it's within their own capabilities, within their own confines, they will do all they can to drive down costs. They've shown that, and I'm certain government will take the lead in playing their own role in handling the external issues that also affect cost. Anyways, we also listen to some vendors, companies who are looking forward to sharing their technology with Seplat's business and how they can help Seplat to do the business better. And of course, ended yesterday's session with a summary of what had happened, which is why I don't want to bore anyone with all of that. Okay, in case you're joining us today for the first time, this event is also live on YouTube. That automatically means that the one yesterday, you can go back and replay yesterday's sessions and avail yourself of all of the information that I am talking about here this morning. So on that note, I welcome all of you, distinguished participants, members of staff of Seplat, the technology team, of course, vendors, partners of Seplat, JV partners, the senior JV partners, the MPDC. I'm guessing that some of you are still joining us online. We appreciate your partnership in progress with Seplat Energy Plc, and we look forward to even more of such partnership to deliver sustainability in this energy transition. So today, a quick rundown on what to expect today. Once I'm done with this, the GM Corporate Production will be speaking to us. His address will be followed by remarks from the Director External Affairs and Sustainability, who is represented. And then we'll go into our second panel session for this week's event on digital transformation meets sustainable energy transition. We'll do a short recap and then proceed to lunch, come back and do a recap, and this time I'm thinking it will be the recap from what we did last year. And then we'll listen to the Managing Director of Elcrest, the Managing Director of Anogas, and then we'll proceed to a third panel session on the frontier, how technology is responding to ESG demands. A short break we will take and come back to do some technology showcase where GHG's SART, Sniffers, Questor, Mudunzagal, Deepwater FZE, Baker Hughes will be talking to us, and then we'll try and do a quick recap of what would have transpired today and proceed from there on. Onwards now to our very first comments for this moment, this morning. Do we have the HSE video queued? If we have it, okay, let's roll with that. Just before I bring on the GM for corporate production to address us in the opening remarks for day 2. Are we in queue?
To prevent the spread of...
Leave your phones on silence and vibration. We'll appreciate that. And for those who are coming for the first time, the muster points in case of an emergency is one between this building and Eco's signature in front of the premises, and two, the ball court area and the children playground area. That will also serve as a muster point. That access you get through the school. This access you get through the walkway or lobby of the convention center. Onwards now to our general manager for corporate production, who will be addressing us in the opening remarks. I'd like to welcome virtually Mr. Erome Utunedi.
I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Richard, and good morning all, both those on the site in Lagos and those joining online. You're welcome to the second day of the Seplat Technology Week. Today I will be talking to us a little bit different from what we heard yesterday. I'm going to be addressing the theme of the week in a few words, and also I will go on to try to show us how we adopt and also adapt technology in Seplat in terms of the maturation process. If you have my slides there, can you put on the slides? Can you put on the slides? I can't see them yet. Okay. Okay, so maybe. All right. So today I'm going to be addressing, like I already mentioned, the theme for the thing that we found out, especially as we discuss transition, is the place of energy. More than not, it is invisible.
Okay, Ogoreme, if you can hear me, we'll come back to you in a couple of minutes. We'll just have a video play out real quick, and then we'll come back to you in a moment.
Looks like Alicia.
Ogoreme, go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Be sure that you are not muted, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Please confirm you can hear me, sir. And please be sure that your mic is unmuted. Goram, are you there?
Just to confirm, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, sir. We all can hear you. We can hear you, sir. We can hear you. We can see you. You're on stage. Please take it away, sir.
I think my network is stable.
Hello, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you. We can see you. Please go right ahead. If you have your slide in front of you, even if it's not come on the screen yet, you can actually go ahead and start speaking to the slide. If there's any technical hitch we're having here. Okay, the slide is up. Okay, the slide is ready to go up. So you can start speaking. If it's in front of you there, once it comes on screen, then you can tell us where you want the slide once it comes on screen, and we'll take it to that particular slide.
Okay.
All right.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Richmond. Yeah, I'm currently on the main screen now. So, all right. So I'll just continue until the slide comes on screen. So I was discussing energy as an invisible and intangible part of our life that we just need to handle in a way that benefits society. It drives virtually everything that we do. Now, the whole world have been more or less used to the fossil fuel, which we use for everything. But now we're discussing green energy, which means we're discussing transition to something better, something that can address the environment, something that can be socially responsible, something that can be environmentally responsible. This will involve complete disruption of existing systems, of existing energy procurement and development. Now, this second edition of the Technology Week could not have a better theme than what we have today. Again, the theme is technology, a key enabler to sustainable energy transition. We will be building on the success we had in the first edition in moving on to this second edition. The challenges will continue to be there. For us in Nigeria and in Africa, we are not only talking about transition, but we are still grappling with the basics in terms of access to energy. Just like was shown yesterday, less than 50% of people in the continent have access to energy. So we're not only talking about discussing transition, but we're also talking about access to energy. So for us in Seplat, we've intentionally taken steps to move this discussion forward, meeting current demands for energy and also making plans to transit forward. A couple of what we're doing were already enumerated by the CEO yesterday. They were further emphasized by FE and all the other speakers. And of course, in the slide, go to slide 2. So for slide 2, I just want to share some on technology on energy. The cost is significant. The competition globally is not cheap. Now, before this time, before several years ago, it was about profit making. Everybody talked about profit making. And in fact, during the panel session, the very first panel session yesterday, there was a question that was asked on divorcing making profit and the impact on the environment and social responsiveness. But you see, in the transition we are now, we cannot really separate these three. I mean, being socially responsible, being environmentally responsible, and of course, the stakeholders need profit. They also need money. So the energy that we transit to should be able to address these three, and it's not going to become very cheap. Now, we can't just leave this for just the companies like Seplat to handle. There are things the government needs to do. And I know yesterday when the rep from NUPCR spoke, he told us the things the government is doing in this regard. We need to do more in terms of the basic infrastructure. I know Seplat was spending quite a fortune in trying to get the IT right. Now, if we already have those basic infrastructure for telemetry purposes, we will not be spending that money on that. Those money could be used for something else to improve the entire process. Then we also need, in the industry, we need to do more in terms of data democratization, data at your fingertips, processing this data, digital technology, adopting all of this. The cost is significant. And because of this, many operators that ought to be in this space, they shy away from it because it's pretty expensive. How do we discuss on bringing this cost down? Operational excellence. What does that really mean? The guys in the code front, what do they understand by operational excellence? And thank goodness in Seplat, I think our folks are really doing pretty well. A lot of training going on to be sure the guys in the field, they are well up to date with what we're doing. And all of this help to drive operational excellence. So it is important that this group of folks are carried along every time we discuss operational excellence. So I will be discussing now the next slide, if you still have a slide. I will be discussing how we journey started. When did we start? This was also shared yesterday, but I got to put a few more light on it. In 2019, that was when it started. There was the need to deploy technology. But technology in themselves are not things you just plug up from the shelf and you now want to deploy. There have to be a business need for it. And therefore, we carried out a business mapping process. Where are the areas we have challenges? What can we do to improve the process? And that led to the maturation process in January 2020, which I'm going to be showing shortly. Since then, a lot has happened. And during the business planning and mapping process, major elements of our business areas were highlighted. Next slide, please. There were the issues with loss of primary containment. There were the issue with metering. There was the issue with, of course, in engineering, in hydrocarbon accounting, even in drilling. Move on to the next slide. I'm already the next slide, the driver of the slides. Right. All of these were mapped, and the relevant technologies required to address them were identified. If you move on to the next slide, I'm moving a little too fast because some of these slides were already shared yesterday. We are looking at the key drivers again. This was already shown yesterday. What is driving us? What is driving Seplat Technology? And if you look at our key drivers, it speaks to social responsiveness, they speak to environmental responsiveness, they also speak to profit making. After all, we're in the business of making profit. If you look at the emissions reduction, that talks about environment, right? If you look at the operational excellence, if you look at people collaboration, that speaks to the social responsiveness and of course our contribution to the community and of course profit making. So these are the parameters, the key factors that drives our technology choices. And of course we now move on to the maturation process. So before we adopt or we implement any technology, we go through a certain maturation process. Next slide, please. Now, in the maturation process, we identify and we rank the business challenges across all the assets. Next slide. You see them moving there. So once we identify the particular business And the technology, we carry out a charter, we develop a charter for it. So for every technology that we have deployed so far, or the ones that we're intending to deploy, we put out what we call the charter. The charter addresses where do we need to deploy the technology, what need is it going to address, and what is the bottom line. Then it goes through a set of review process. I'm going to be showing shortly what these review processes are. And then if you move to the next slide. The next slide tells you the gated process. All right, thank you very much. The gated process that we employ. So most vendors in the room currently, some of you have gone through the text we've deployed from your company. So we have the first contact meeting. Usually either the vendor is approaching us or we are the one making the contact. So we have this first contact meeting. So the first contact meeting will address what this technology is all about. At the end of this contact meeting, the relevant department, even within the text, now call a review board, which I will show you shortly. If it is not our time, maybe forward, asking typical questions like, have we looked wide enough? Have we call a decision review board who now have 2 or 3 technologies that are equally at the select stage and go to the define what it means. But if it is, we move on to the next slide, decision executive, which or his designate. Before now, it should be the operations director that sits at the helm. Then at the initiate and the first contact, we call it decision review board. Usually I'm involved in that and several others. The same thing happens to the assess stage, and then the select stage, the define stage, and of course the execute. The outcome of every such review is either to tell us that technology you are talking about is not good enough, we want to stop it. So when it ends there, we don't progress with it anymore. Or they might say, okay, we know you are already in the select phase, but we are not confident that we can move forward. We want you to go back to the assess phase based on the data we presented. So the decision review board would now say, you recycle that technology, recycle it to the previous stage, do more work on it before you come back to us. Or the board can say, well, okay, we've heard you. At this time, we don't have the resources for it. We don't have the budget for it. We can't find a budget for it. So we want you to keep it on hold. Then we keep it on hold. Then if we met all the criteria, the board is satisfied that yes, it's a technology that we can move on with, then they will not ask us to proceed. So we go through this process just to ensure that I will show shortly why we do that, to ensure that we're not just implementing and executing technologies that are not required for the business. Next slide. So the next slide just speaks to what I have just discussed. Why the assurance process? We want to be sure that everybody who should be involved is involved right from the get-go. We don't want to go to the field, install a technology, and the folks in the field will tell you, well, we don't know about it. So we've seen this happen several times, really, before the advent of this maturation process. So we want to be sure everybody that is involved in that chain, right from the beginning, contracting, IT, the asset itself, the major players who are going to run it are all involved from the beginning. It saves time, really. You don't have to do a lot of work or reinvent the wheel every time that you want to do it. And of course, it's also an opportunity for you to demonstrate the value. And once you're able to demonstrate the value, the asset owner then have the confidence that indeed what he's getting will deliver what is being planned for. And next slide, please. And of course, to the critical success factors. Move on to the next slide. Yeah. Okay. So to enable all of that, we look at what I have now called the critical success factors. So we're looking at whatever technology we want to deploy, have to align with the company's strategy. Then we also have to accept too that there are technologies that we just have to learn. Sometimes we fail, but then we should fail fast and also learn fast. Then data is critical. In our company, we have invested a lot on data acquisition, and all of this we're trying to use to make our processes better. Then for it to succeed, you need a motivated workforce that is provided with the right tools. From our experience so far, I think we're doing pretty well on that. I've been to the field, I've been in the field, I've spoken to a few of the folks, especially when it comes to like VAM, we're deploying, when it comes to, like we discussed yesterday, the predictive analytics, which has been deployed, things like the gas lift optimization, which we are working on. You know, there is this enthusiasm by the affected staff who also operate it, doing the work. So then, of course, leadership commitment, that is key. If there is no leadership commitment, then it becomes you having to fight the system to get this done. But I think in Seplat, we are blessed that our leaders are also very much tech savvy. They are actually pushing the envelope. They're actually pushing us to continue to move forward. And next slide, this was already shown yesterday, but just to tell you, the process I've described have been used to deploy, next slide please, to deploy some of these technologies that we have here showing. The remote monitoring, for example, I went through that process. This was shown yesterday. Our warehouses information and data are now being acquired right from the office. Yesterday, we discussed the predictive analytics. This is a major, very successful deployment where you have sensors that measures multiple things simultaneously in rotary machines, the vibration, the rate of revolution, that's the engine itself, the oil level and everything. And this system is able to tell you what is happening with the machine. And it does not even end there. It will suggest steps you need to take to fix it. It's really, when you see the outcome, you will be amazed at what we're doing in that place. And of course, we also have the virtual assistant monitoring. Of course, the fugitive emission, this was last year in Oben also. We're able to, in Oben area, for example, we're able to quantify and identify areas we're having fugitive emissions and still eliminated. And that helps to address the environmental question. Yeah, I was having a little echo feedback. And of course, the wax mitigation, which was also discussed yesterday, doing pretty well. So the rate of and the frequency of intervention in our wells have been largely reduced. So all of this, again, is trying to tell you that these technologies were just not deployed for the sake of it. They went through a systematic process. They went through approval process. They went through a gated process. So we are deliberate in choosing the techs that we implement. So for some of the vendors, both online and in the room, when you present your technologies to us, it's not that we're not listening to you. We're listening, but we have to go through these steps to be sure there is value to the business, and of course there is value to those who are going to be provided the technology. Next slide, please. So today in Seplat, right, in Seplat, this is what we have. Cluster together, remote monitoring, we have it in surveillance, both integrated modeling, virtual asset management, all of this, adding people to it. What happens is that they unlock value, they boost efficiency, and of course, reduce downtime, which we're already experiencing. So I think we're doing pretty well already. There's a while to go, still a mile to go, because our plan for the future is such that every one of these, you can sit in the office in Lagos or anywhere and be able to access all of this information at your fingertip. That is the future we are looking forward to in Seplat. And I think we are getting there gradually. And you move on to the next slide, please. So, talking about the future, the challenges that are still there, what I just discussed now is just a tip of the iceberg. There's still a lot of work to be done. The challenge is still there. We still need to drive down our operating unit costs. We still need to look at applying more of these technologies in reservoir characterization. We want to be able to achieve more with less. I know we've deployed one already subsurface called the seismetics, from seismic to being able to generate map. What should take several weeks now take days. We need to do more in terms of fugitive gas reduction across all the assets. Of course, flaring, as was discussed yesterday, produced water management. The current system we have is being upgraded, which means we need to do more in those areas. So you can see that there are still challenges. Crude oil theft, for example, like was discussed yesterday, most people are now moving into barging, but we can already be thinking about why don't we, for example, fingerprint, get a technology that is cheap enough for fingerprinting of our crude, such that even when you steal it, it is traceable to wherever you take it to with a fingerprint. So that's an area we need to look into, maybe with the government, and see how that can also be matured, and then maybe theft could be reduced. And of course, very critically, since we are operating in assets that are very old already, we are going to be sure that our uptime is reasonable. Currently, we average this above 95%, which is fantastic, and we can actually do more. Next slide, please. So there are challenges, of course. Everything is not rosy. Everything is not a done deal. We still need to go through a lot while doing this. We still need to carry the entire Seplat organization along. There's still a lot of work to be done. How many people, for example, are aware of all of these technologies that we have deployed in all the departments, in the HR, in IT, in sister company like Elcres, AGP, SC, and all of that? How many of them are aware? Are we doing enough? The business priorities that we have, are we properly, for every business, have we tried to identify a technology to ease it, to make it better? What about the capabilities? Do we have all of them in-house, right? The model we're working on, is it visible to the entire organization, right? So there's still work to be done in this space, and I'm sure the outcome from this workshop will help in those areas in addressing it. And to conclude, the last slide, I think that's the last slide to conclude, will be just like already been concluded yesterday by Tayo and the rest. We still need to do more in terms of harnessing data integration. One of the things that you will be seeing shortly, only for our OBM plan, the virtual reality which we're about to deploy there will enable you in the office to be able to walk around the facility without actually visiting the facility. I have used it, I have seen it, I've been to the site where the vendor is developing it, and it is a beauty to watch. You can actually interact with the guys on the ground in the site. That is something we are doing. Eventually, we'll move from OBEN and Sapler and all the other facilities. We need to also continue to our ecosystem, how much of our communities are involved in all of this, right? Then the capability in-house we need to also develop. So in concluding, ladies and gentlemen, I want to again welcome you all to the Technology Week. There is a lot we can do together. It's not over yet, especially in making the systems a lot cheaper than we have currently, because it's pretty expensive. And you know, when we go to discuss with our joint venture partners on budgeting, it's always an issue. And then, of course, being able to tie all of this to the maturation of our assets, being able to tie all of this to production, being able to tie all of this to cost reduction, to be socially responsible and environmentally responsible are key areas we continue to address as we look ahead. So again, thank you, and you're welcome to day 2 of the Technology Week. Thank you, and over to Richmond.
Technical, what's wrong with my, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Rome Utunedi is the General Manager, Corporate Production for Seplat Energy Plc, walking us through the process it takes for Seplat to approve the use of any technology, and most importantly, reminding us that it's a process that brings all partners, all members of the workforce to the table to determine whether it is needed and how the company can utilize it in driving value and optimization, and concluding by reminding us of where we should be focusing as a company, the direction we should be going in terms of technology acquisition and utilization. Thank you so very much, sir. We appreciate those insightful thoughts. Thank you. Okay, from him, we're switching gears now to the Director, External Affairs and Sustainability, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, the one we like to call Dr. C. She's unable to join us this morning. As we all know, they are just finishing a conference in Abuja. Speaking on her behalf is the General Manager for Sustainability at Seplat Energy Plc. Please welcome Grace Amadi.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Those of you here physically and those of you joining us online. I bring you greetings from my boss, the Director of External Affairs and Sustainability, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. As Richard has informed us, she's unable to make it because she's also on another official assignment. I'll be running us through a presentation that has been titled, What Seplat is Doing Towards Sustainability and Technology. Could I have my slides? Thank you. Next slide. So the outline, we're going to have a brief overview of sustainability. What does it mean in general? And we're going to be looking at the ESG frameworks generally, and those for the extractive industry particularly. And then going over there to talk about what Seplat is doing in terms of sustainability. And then we'll quite quickly look at some examples of technologies that we have been deploying in Seplat for sustainability purposes. And then look at some case studies around the world, and finally have our concluding thoughts. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so sustainability, if I ask you, what's sustainability? I know you have a lot of ideas around it. It's a household name now. So generally speaking, you're looking at how you're conducting your activities, not to compromise your existing environment and the livelihoods of those there, minimizing loss of lives, and the communities are not impacted, so your business can actually be sustainable, continuity of your business. And of course, you also want trying to ensure that you have these businesses left for the future generation, when they would also inherit a cleaner environment. However, the United Nations has helped us. They have drilled down and they have told us that sustainability does mean that we have to reconcile environmental factors, social and governance demands. So now businesses are forced to balance their economic needs to meet societal needs. We don't run it business as usual. For sustainability, they have also indicated that there are 3 pillars for you to have a sustainable development. And those pillars are what we see on the screen. They are the ESG. So E for environment, S for social, and G for governance. You would see the circle that has a number of boxes. That's the UN Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them, quite a number that also are very important for us in the energy sector. No poverty, zero hunger, health and well-being, sustainable cities, the goals 9 specifically that would actually address why we're here today, which is about industrial innovation. So what are we doing in the energy sector relating to technology? And there is an arrow pointing to the fact that these are tied to the ESGs and the metrics. So in that circle, we also have the metrics that, for example, in environment, you'll be looking at issues around pollution and waste, greenhouse gas emissions, how is a company treating these matters, flaring, etc. And you go to the the social side, you'll be looking at how you are satisfying your employees in terms of their health and safety, labor practices, amongst others. We also have in the governance structure. So we are looking at issues around the board, how board are overseeing issues on sustainability, board diversity and inclusion, the compensation and ethical behaviors, etc. So ESG are sets of standards by which countries and companies are being judged now on how they are performing in terms of the ESGs themselves, in order to determine if these companies can actually be sustainable and socially responsible. And this would really have an impact on how stakeholders view it, and you have a lot of interest groups here. You're talking of investors, you're talking of regulators, you're talking of the communities, you're talking of the NGOs, the Greenpeace, and you don't want to know what those can really do when they come to your doors. You're also looking at your internal stakeholders, like the employees. Like we have all said, most of the oil in the energy sector, we are seeing a transition. So the older ones are going to retire soon, and they're going to hand it over to the younger generation. And the younger generations are the millennials and the Gen Zs that are now not looking at what others were looking at to be able to join a business. They are actually interested in your ESG work. So this now brings a lot of interest for investors that are routinely assessing how companies are considering ESG's matters in their decision making. And essentially, they would use what we call the rating agencies. We have a couple of them. We have MSCI, we have Sustainalytics, Fitch, and so on. For Seplat, I'm happy to announce to you that we have also been using those agencies. For example, the MSCI has rated Seplat for a triple B, and Sustainalytics has rated Seplat as 31st among 171 E&P companies. I think that's a laudable achievement. Thank you. Sustainability issues have gained so much momentum because now it's driven by so many factors: climate change, the global warming. We're talking of the 1.5 degrees C reduction need, transition energy, and then renewable energy, etc. Energy transition, pardon me. The energy sector also, unfortunately, has a lot of responsibilities because the global space has identified it, and rightly so, as a major contributor to ESG issues, directly or indirectly. So what do I mean? When we're producing the oil and gas, for example, we are flaring. We are emitting the greenhouse emissions, those direct emissions. Then we are also using a lot of supply chain management, logistics, contractors. So those are the indirect exposures that we have in this sector. Finally, I need to also emphasize that the fact that a lot of interest is there, so we can now see that, and there are set timelines. For example, there is a net zero goal. So there is now the need to start looking into how technology can help us, because as humans, we have our limitations. Next slide. Thank you. On this next slide, I would be just talking a little bit about the ESG framework. And basically to share with you today is that this particular one speaks to the extractive companies, which is the oil and gas space, that the energy sector that we belong to. And it's an apple-to-apple thing. So when you are using this aspect of the ESG, you would be looking at some of your ESG risk levels and trying to identify ways to mitigate them, and what are your material ESG risk. Materiality is a very important concept in this. So if we take, for example, the banking industry and the energy sector, you're not going to, when we come to what we call greenhouse gas emissions, where we have our scoping, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, scope 1 and 2 is not so relevant for the banking sector, unlike the oil and gas and energy sector. So if we look at this slide again, things around environment, so now there is increasing demand on climate change disclosure, for example, and how do we achieve this? We have, there's a task force on climate-related financial disclosures, TCFD. They want companies to actually report on how they are managing the risk related to climate change issues, and how they have also put a governance structure to monitor and implement that space. And as we can also see, there are issues around flaring. Nigeria is one of the most populous nations. Nigeria is in Africa, also one of the highest producing oil and gas. We have a lot of oil reserve, we have a lot of gas reserve. But what has that also done? So unfortunately, that has also negatively brought us to the space of being one of the 7 world's country that is now flaring gas the most. Nigeria has signed up to gas flaring, as we know. A target date has been given for 2030. I'm glad that I heard the director, New Energy, speak to us yesterday, and he did mention that Seplat has even taken a more stringent step by setting a deadline of 2025. So it's a good stride. Next slide, please. Okay. So here, I would be talking about what Seplat is doing in terms of sustainability. Seplat has done a whole lot from step 1, start to finish, I must say, and they are continuously looking at improvement, continuous improvement ways. It all starts with education. Awareness is very important. Like I said, it's the thing in the world that has come to stay, so people must be aware. And Seplat had an inaugural Seplat ESG Day. That was on the 30th of March 2020, this year, where we had high panel team, power team, and those panel were from the sustainability board committee members. We also had panel from the ESG steering committee. I must say that Seplat has also, we have a sustainability department department, and we have established these board committees. Seplat has been doing a lot in terms of gathering a lot of data on the ESG. As you had seen in previous slides, there are so many metrics, and there are so many guidelines that needs to be followed. There are so many frameworks and standards, the global reporting ones, United Nations Global Compact, etc. So a lot of data needs, and it needs great teamwork. So we are collaborating with our teams to gather data, and then we have also subscribed with these rating agencies. Like I have given you, we have currently received our rating reports and scores, and we are looking at the other gaps and working towards how to close out those gaps as well. I've talked about metrics and targets. Seplat has also worked on developing ESG policies. These policies are not necessarily all very new. Some of them needs review, like the environmental management policies. Some of them are actually new, like the sustainability and ESG policy, like the climate change policy, like the Child and Forced Labor Act policy, etc. Now on sustainability reporting, we have requirements to report. As you know, Seplat is another company, is an indigenous company that has set the pace, because it has dual listing in both the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. There's so many coming out from there, and that we need to ensure compliance with all these regulatory requirements. So Seplat Tree for Life is another initiative that Seplat senior management and the CEO and directors, all the decision takers have actually ensured that this has come to stay. There is an initiative to plant 1 million trees across 5 countries in Nigeria. 3 of those countries will be the states wherein we have our operational facilities, and then for geographical balancing, we will have states in the northern states as well. And this is very important because it's a carbon reduction initiative. So it would help us to reduce our carbon footprint. We also have the Seplat Energy Foundation. Working with Deloitte to set up that foundation is very important, because we do a lot with respect to corporate social responsibility initiatives. So in terms of education in the communities where we work, in terms of healthcare and infrastructural development. So the foundation basically would help to plan and implement those CSR projects. We have this culture building. This is very important. Just like you have HSSC building, you have to build a proactive HSC culture. Now we are talking about ESG culture. So during the Seplat Day, for example, we gave plans to our staff because we need to walk the talk. Also, we have also incorporated ESG in a goal setting, so that people within the space of their business activity areas, they are able to implement ESG performances. So we have the R&D, which is research and development. This is what the sustainability department is saddled with. So we have to look out beyond our national space to global spaces. What are the technologies that are being used now to ensure sustainable business practices and sustainability in general? We have also registered with the United Nations Global Compact. We joined in December 2021. We would be having a co-op, that is communication of progress statement, issued before the anniversary date. The Seplat sustainability is really at the heart of Seplat's business. And Seplat has 3 pillars of business strategy. We heard them yesterday. The upstream in the sector, the midstream, and the new energy. And these sectors are delivering the energy transition and helping us tie into the delivery of our sustainable development goals and ESG targets. So, for example, in the midstream, the upstream, they are talking about decarbonization and greenhouse gas emission reduction. In the midstream, we are looking at things around gas business expansion. We heard about having the LPGs, the LNGs, etc. So we are displacing the use of diesel and kerosene, which are more detrimental to the environment. And the new energy is looking at also renewables. Like I said, the world has set a lot of targets. There was the COP26 in the United Nations, and that the UN COP26 at United Kingdom, we had a net zero target of 2050, and Nigeria has rightly, after assessing, also committed to 2060, and we have a flare gas project of 2030. So we are in 2022. What does this mean? For example, for flares out, in 8 years we're supposed to ensure that we have flares out. This means that we can't just do business as usual. There is need now to latch on to technology and the new innovations out there in the space. So next slide will take us to what some of the technologies that we have deployed in Seplat Energy. Next slide. Thank you. So I'll give a couple of examples. The first one is at Amokwe. So we were using diesel generators, and you do know what that means. So when you burn fossil fuels, you emit greenhouse gases. So we are replacing those diesel generators with natural gas that will be used during the night and use solar panels during the day. We've talked a lot about solar panel, even at the panel session yesterday, about issues around storage, battery storages, etc. So that's the reason why we're deploying the natural gas and solar utilization. And as you can see, you would see the black circles there. It's just, and the other side is looking greener. It's just emphasizing the fact that when you use natural gases, you'll be emitting less of these greenhouse gases than the fossil burning or usage of fossil fuel. For example, natural gas would have us have 99% less of sulfur dioxide emissions when we do that. The other technology I would like to talk about is on produced water injection. I also heard the director New Energy. He did mention yesterday that before we were sending our water and crude to the Forcados terminal. That had a lot of operational inefficiency, cost-related issue. HSE issues can be outstanding there because, as you know, we work in a land location, and by regulation, it is a zero discharge zone. So you cannot discharge produced water on land locations or allow them to escape into the surrounding environment. So via those transportations, and you can have sabotage and all that, so we have a potential risk of environmental pollution. So Seplat has rightly deployed the technology of identifying reinjection wells, and then the produced waters would be sent into those reinjection wells as required by the law. And like I said, this is really a stringent process. It needs necessary certifications. So I think we deserve to also acknowledge Seplat in this regard. The other one is on greenhouse gas emission calculation. Currently, we are trying to transition into a more scientific-based approach. So what are we doing? We have a manual imputing system. So we we analyze our greenhouse emissions and then impute them in some kind of spreadsheets. But it's prone to human errors. So we are working with the relevant departments that are now looking into this newer technology, that it will be a software that would be connected to the meters that will be installed on the facilities. So we are installing sensors or meters on the and they would read those emission numbers, and it will be fed into a computerized system which is more scientific, which is more verifiable, and especially for the third-party verifiers. So you have our Scope 1 emissions. We are doing well on that. We are calculating those figures because they have to do with our facilities. They have to do with also transportation in terms of our operational vehicles. We have the Scope 2 emissions. We are also doing quite a lot on that. For example, in terms of energy, electricity usage, so we measure that as well. We have our Scope 3, and Scope 3 basically then talks more about the supply chain line, because it's dealing about your third parties, those that are utilizing your products. When we sell our crude, what do they do with the crude? How do they manage their emissions in terms of logistics, and in terms of even those that we get our long lead items from, transportation. They're also using fossil fuel driven vehicles, etc. So we are doing some bits on that. For example, on air travels, business travels, we can calculate the numbers. That is something that the travels units are helping us with. So we move to the energy efficiency. In our office location in Lagos, we use energy efficient bulbs. We also ensure that the building is greener. The recycle, reuse, and reduce is a best practice waste management practice in line with regulatory requirements. So we are doing a lot. The HSC department is driving that in Seplat. And one thing I need to say is that we are also beginning to think in the sustainability department what other ways we can utilize that space of the 3 R's. So for example, we use business cards, and those are something that we have to cut a tree, right, and produce business cards. So why don't we go to digitalized business cards, so you can ensure you have a reduction in your carbon footprint. There are also technologies about, we use a lot of drilling mods. So can we begin to look at recycling those drilling mods more, and then ensure that the volumes that we use, and that will save us a lot of costs. That will save us a lot of reduction in terms of HSC exposure, so we don't have spillages and all that things that are related to HSC incidents during drilling and exploratory activities. So we look at the other bit, which is the WWG company tracker. Now this is the aim thing for us in sustainability, because it's a central hub for collating all the data and helping us produce the sustainability reports. In this digitalized system that we have procured, all the guidelines, all the frameworks, all the standards, whatever we need to do have been uploaded. And what we have done through the sustainability department is that we have identified the ESG data champions. Basically, they are data contributors and data verifiers in different departments. It's a collaborative work, and trust me, it's a lot of work that has to be done. So the different teams, the data contributors go into the system, they look at all the frameworks, they respond to they provide the necessary data that is required. The data verifiers at the senior level, they are the ones that are responsible for the business unit or departments, and they verify that before it comes to the sustainability department for further analysis and eventually production of the reports. So now there is this beautiful picture we have in this slide. It's a laudable initiative by Seplat. Please, the previous slide. The Aberdeen Center of Excellence. This is also tying into this SDG goal that speaks to partnership, education, etc. So what have we done? In Aberdeen, Robert Gordon University, we have this facility that you are seeing is a virtual reality thing. So it's used to simulate all the stuff that will go along exploration, make all the mistakes there in order to reduce your downtime, the NPT, non-productive times, and ensure that you have eliminated all manner of HSC-related issues when we are ready to deploy that. And the school is using it to educate the engineers. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, on this next slide, so some case studies. Saudi Aramco is doing a lot of things. The beauty of this is that we have also provided the links, so for further information, please utilize that links and get to understand more of what is happening there. Artificial intelligence and virtual reality. For that drilling, you would see the horizontal line, the vertical line and the horizontal line. So we take one of those vertical line is a drilling spot. So what is happening here is that they can do directional drilling, and also not just directional drilling within a shorter space, but go into regions where are very, very remote. And now we're talking about weathering, severe weather conditions, and other issues that are global challenges. This, or including security, this is definitely one of the technologies to utilize. We're talking about wearables. Schlumberger has wearables, and that, if you look at that gentleman, he has something like the safety people will say safety goggle, but there is a camera. So these are used during their well testing program, rather than have different teams in the maybe office and the well site location doing different things, analyzing data, having wrong information, and then there is an incident. They have been able to utilize this to ensure that there is one unit management, one information hub center. Everybody is understanding what is happening, and everybody is understanding when the inspection, what the hazards could be, and of course responding adequately to emergency. For Total, they have gone to the carbon capture, utilization and storage, which is which is an advanced process than the CCS, which is a carbon capture and storage. So what Total is doing is that they are removing the CO2 element and then storing it in the geological formation on the ground, and then use some of this to produce pellets, for example. So next slide. Let's bring me to our concluding thoughts. So on this side, a lot has come to stay. Technology has really come to stay to enable sustainability of our business in the energy sector. There is the Internet of Things, up to the 3D printing, so you can fabricate your tools on site rather than move them to or request for somewhere very remote to get those fabricated, like the valves. And these are proven technologies. I must say that, like the Saudi Aramco that we saw, that was also approved by the World Environment Forum. Cloud computing is very important. Now we are dealing with security of data and, of course, use of computer systems like the one I have brought. A single computer has limited storage space, so that can fasten our processing times. Blockchain is very important for supply chain. So supply chain is dealing with thousands of contractors, subcontractors, etc. So this helps them to have a central hub, and they can do things around verification and all the things that are on ESG in that regard. And then you have preventative maintenance, so you can have sensors. We even have up to drones, utilizing of drones. So there are so many technologies that are out there. So sustainability for the energy industry means minimizing environmental impacts, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and carbon intensity, as well as creating sustainable jobs. Nigeria and the world needs the energy. It's not going to run away. We have it. And we are developing new fields, even in Africa, finding new fields. So what do we need to do? We need to just ensure that we begin to deploy available, safe, proven, tested, efficient technologies that are out there in order to ensure that we meet our set goals and targets. This brings my presentation to an end. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Grace Amadi, General Manager Sustainability for Seplat Energy Plc. Speaking on behalf of Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu, the Director External Affairs and Sustainability, they've given us a detailed presentation of what Seplat is doing towards sustainability. Because of time, I will just continue to the next item on our agenda. But please, let's give her one more round of applause. Thank you for that detailed walkthrough of what you're doing. Okay, we like to recognize the presence from NUPRC of Bekay Dumbari and Ohiani Dorothy. We welcome you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Okay, so onwards now to our second panel session of the week, which is on digital transformation, which meets sustainable energy transition. Because of time, I will not be able to run through this bias as I have them. I'll just speak 1, 2, or 3 lines. I beg the indulgence of our panelists as I do that. But let me begin by welcoming our first panelist, who has over 24 years business experience that spans the United States, the United Kingdom, Nigeria, in industries like oil and gas, FSI, and telco. He has provided strategic engagements in his time at Oracle, as well as for provided technology and strategic leadership and direction, not just for Oracle, but for the many other companies where he's worked. Currently, he's the Eastern, I'm supposing this is East and West Africa, ERPM Solution Engineering Director. Please, let's welcome Jide Olalokun. Jide is to be joined by another panelist who is the subsidiary business group lead for Azure in Microsoft Middle East and Africa multi-country cluster. In his role, he is a strategic subject leader for Azure business in MEA MCC market. I could go on, but I'd like to welcome Chuks Okpaka. Chuks, you're welcome. Okay, just before I go virtual, let me welcome the IT Planning and Budget Manager for Seplat, Alpha Zwiki. Alpha Zwiki, you're welcome. Okay, before we get to the moderator, we have a gentleman who is joining us. He's on my right, Gurav. Okay. We have a gentleman who is joining us virtually. He has over 17 years experience exploiting the power of digital transformation to tackle the performance and operational challenges of the industry by translating technology into value. Again, I could go on and on, but he is currently the principal enterprise architect for Aviva. Virtually joining us is Mr. Gurav Pampalia. Mr. Pampalia, please say something so we're sure we can hear you. I think you are muted. I can't hear you. Yes, now I can hear you, but if I can get a bit more volume on his audio technical, I will appreciate that. Thank you very much. Please, I want to hear him before I bring my moderator, because once he's up here, I will just yield the stage to them. I want to hear him with a bit more volume. Please say something again. Mr. Pampalia? Huh? His mouth is moving, I'm not hearing him. Are you muted, Mr. Pampalia? You're not muted. He's not muted, he says.
I'm not muted.
Okay. Can I hear you one more time? The session. Okay, Mr. Pampalia, they're going to fix your sound. If you can still hear me, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me. All right, cool, fantastic. Between now and when you speak, I'm sure they will fix your sound. Brilliant stuff. All right, moderating the panel is the Studies Manager for Seplat Energy Plc. Let's welcome Samuel Aniko. Sean, Michael, somewhere rather, I need help with this. Okay, don't worry, the gentleman is helping us. You know what to do, right? All right.
Hello. Okay, looks like I'm good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second panel session. I have the pleasure of moderating this session today, and as you can see, I have a very powerful group of panelists here. Mr. Gurav Pampalia, can you speak? Let's confirm that you can reach us now before we kick off. Looks like we are still having difficulty with has been introduced is digital transformation meets sustainable energy transition. It's nearly impossible to imagine a net zero sector that has not harnessed and integrated the benefits of an equally disruptive force, which is digital transformation. For all types of assets, the deployment of digital solutions holds the unmatched potential to increase reliability, manage demand, and optimize efficiency. Then the question is, how can companies harness and integrate the potential digital and net zero solutions to accelerate progress? So I'll be asking our panelists here some of the hard questions. Thankfully, I don't have to be the one answering the questions. But I believe they do have a lot of experience, and they'll be able to share their insights with us. The first question will go to Mr. Alpha. They say, what's the word again? They say charity begins at home. So let me start with Mr. Alpha Fevitmi. The UN estimates that in 2021 we had about 490 million people in Africa who live below the poverty threshold of $1.9 per day. Then the question then will be, how do you think, as these people seek a path out of poverty? Mr. Pampilia, is that you?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's still a bit shaky.
Can you hear?
Hello.
I think.
Looks like they are still working on this. Please do try to speak when you get through. I'll really like you to be a part of this session, so please, let's keep working on that. So, Mr. Alphas, the question is, as these people seek a path out of poverty, how can energy companies like Seplat Energy unlock the magnitude of energy resources required to improve the lives of these people in an environmentally friendly way, utilizing digital transformation?
All right, morning everyone, my colleagues, and Samuel, thank you for giving me this tough question. Right, energy companies like Seplat can really do a lot in that space. We got loads and loads of people out there suffering, living below $1 a day. I think that's what they say, that's the poverty line. And we have got loads of them in Nigeria at the moment. So think about it this way. We operate in the Niger Delta. And in the Niger Delta, we have loads of people out there that are currently struggling. Is it from water pollution that they say our operations and some of our other colleagues' operations have destroyed the fishes and some other things in the environment? Or is it the things that we do that make it very difficult for them to do the business that they need to do, i.e., their market women can't go to the market anymore because they can't grow food, or when they do grow the food is polluted, or their children are not able to go to school because the quality of education is not really there. And when you look at how these people live, they don't live in areas like Lagos or the urban district. They are really villages. I tell you, when you go to one of our operational site, you drive from Sapele to Oben, you do meet a lot of villages. And sometimes when I'm going there and I see kids actually walking to school, and I say, so what time would they get to school? And when they do get to school, what would they learn? How long before they now start thinking of, oh gosh, I need to walk back home? And when they walk back home, the possibility is there that they've got some work to do in the farm or whatever it is to help the family and make sure that there's food on the table, or even the fees that they're going to get in order to pay for the school activities. So energy companies like Seplat now have to come into that space in order to help the parents, the children, and any other person that they need to do. What do we need to do? Take, for example, the school system. We can move in there and do a lot. Is it the school building that we need to do something about? Is it the quality of the materials that we need to make sure that it's provided to them? Or the teachers, that maybe we can't bring physical teachers to the place, but we can do something. We can have a hall, we can have a library, or whatever it is that you want to call, in class like the way we're doing now. Great resources that we can get abroad, put them online and have them deliver those lessons to those children. Or is it the agriculture that you want to teach the people what they need to do in order to be able to deliver quality food to the quality and to the market? Some of the traditional practices that they employ, they are no longer useful anymore. So we need to teach them what do they need to do in order to move it from sustenance agriculture to the type that they can feed the whole village. And these are the spaces where energy companies can come in and deliver those things without upsetting the environment and giving them the assistance that they need. We've done a lot of activities in Seplat, for example, our external affairs and units do things like the CSR, I Can See. They do things like train, or what do you call it now, vocational training for the people out there. And at the end of the day, they are giving all kinds of instruments like welding machine for the welders, sewing machine for the people that learn how to sew, and all kinds of things. So these spaces are the spaces where energy companies can come in and they can actually impact greatly in changing the lives of these people and making sure that at the end of the day, they use their brains, they use their hands, and they earn more than that $1 a day. And after that, we begin to see the trajectory of that poverty reducing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alpha. Maybe I can throw that question to someone else to share their thoughts. Do I do mini now? Okay. Okay. It looks like Mr. Jide wants to share his thoughts. Please go.
Thank you. Good morning, or good morning again, everybody. Taking off what you just said, one of the things I realized, I was in university during the Kensariwa time, and it actually drove a lot of us to try start looking at exactly what's going on within the oil industry, what sustainable practices are being had within the communities they operate from, and what happens even pre and post engagement of the community. You hear about oil companies having very popular community liaison officers. I think Livia Jonoa was one big one at one point in time. And you start taking maybe a more interesting look at the community itself. There's a macro and macro economy scenario that goes on within these communities. Bonny, for example, I think the whole of the communities within that area look at Bonny Island like some metaverse. It's a totally different environment from mainland Nigeria. They have everything. They have power. They have everything. There isn't even a bridge linking the community with Bonny itself. And it starts telling you how distant a lot of the money-making scenario, money-making industrial or capitalist environments are, how distant they are from the people that actually live within the community that provides the black gold that everybody's seeking and taking out of. One of the most interesting things you said is about affecting the community itself. It takes nothing from an oil company to build a world-class hospital, 200-seat-bed hospital, within a community they're operating from. It takes a fraction of their annual revenue. It takes nothing to provide schools that will cater for children within the area. It takes nothing to get them to secondary school, to get them interested in underwater welding, to get them interested in oil, in environmental safety, to get them interested in actually learning how to plug oil leaks, to hire them for facility and operations. It takes nothing. I grew up in a university, I grew up in 3 university environments in 3 different countries. And one thing I learned about even universities in Nigeria, well, not Nigeria anymore, but out of Nigeria, is that the immediate community benefits from having that particular institution within their area. I think what we've lacked for a long time, I think it started maybe about 83, just after the first military coup after the Second Republic, is that the oil companies stopped caring about the environment and they started dealing through middlemen. And all those middlemen have grown fat based on the fact that you're supposed to provide a certain service to the environment. They don't anymore. They just take the money, call a few village heads, share, walk away. Until oil companies and other companies, and even until companies really, not even only in the oil sector, I used to work in telco and we used to have the same problems, until you start thinking of the environment around you as those that will cater for, protect your equipment, protect your facilities, etc., you won't get that benefit of a community. All you have is us and them, and that seems to be what's happening everywhere in Nigeria and beyond.
Thank you very much, Jide. Thankfully, I have Mr. Pampalia online now. Please, can you speak? I learnt the issues with your audio has been resolved.
Is it better now?
Still can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Okay, you're good now. I can hear you. Hello.
Okay.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, let me give you an opportunity to answer our next question in the hope that we can test your audio. So the next question is, how can energy companies utilize cutting-edge digital technologies like analytics, automation, the cloud, and remote operations to achieve more yield in production and cost optimization?
Right. So there are multiple perspectives of using this technology. Let's look at production optimization. If you have the data, you can run those algorithms on that data. And eventually, you can optimize your operational efficiencies or improve your operational efficiencies, improve your energy efficiencies. So whether it's thermodynamic-based models from a chemical engineering perspective in oil and gas industry, or big data-based model where you start predicting the optimization rates, reservoir allocations, or using big data analytics to actually predict the failure of your equipment. All of this translate into A, improving your efficiencies, B, eventually target in lower cost of production because you are actually optimizing your value chain. So that's one of the aspects. The second aspect is using what we are now calling either the digital oil field or automated operations, right? So it impacts on not only improving the safety of the worker or improving the safety in the organization, at the same time, because now you are digitally enabled, you have a lot of data. If you have the data, you can manage the data. So interesting part is your data becomes your fundamental aspect where those technologies are built. So whether you are talking about digital twin, you are talking about connected worker, eventually this digital technology will enable you to improve your efficiency in your operations, the energy efficiency, the flaring we talked about in earlier session. But you can actually use artificial neural network for predicting your emissions. So now you started having this perspective which we never had earlier a few years ago. And that essentially translate into taking those decisions where you have new projects coming in. We are looking at the various new units which will help into decarbonization or net zero journeys. Now, these are all will eventually translate into what we call a new sustainability or a net zero journey. So that's how I think the digital technology eventually will lead us into A, sustainability objectives, meeting our sustainability objective. B, actually from a financial standpoint, optimizing our resources so that our GRM or our cost of production is lesser, so our margins are higher. At the end of the day, we are into business, so we have to be more profitable. And third, and definitely, this will also increase the overall value chain of any oil and gas company. That's my viewpoint.
Thank you very much. I would like to also take the views of Mr. Chukwuma on this.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, let me take a little historical perspective to this question. I remember I had a little experience in the oil and gas industry. I worked there in the past. During seismic data acquisition. So what will happen is that engineers go to the site, get the sample, and then they ship them to Europe for analysis. And then they wait for another 3 weeks, 1 month, or even more to get the result of the analysis to understand actually what is below the ground. I think with cutting-edge technology today, engineers right from the location can upload the sample data, images, straight to maybe a cloud platform, and can receive instantly the results so that business decisions can be taken on the spot. Now think about it, time to market. This is a key advantage that energy companies can gain. From the time you think, okay, we are suspecting that there is a gas deposit, there is a fossil fuel somewhere, and now you want to go and you collect the sample, and when you find out whether there's actually a gas deposit or not, so that decision can be made within a shorter time frame. So time to market is a key advantage of using cutting-edge technology. The other one is also the accuracy of decision making. Okay, so you reduce a lot of mistakes in your prediction. So with cutting-edge technology, you can get to become more accurate in your predictions and become more precise in your drilling works and activities. And I think also with cutting-edge technologies, what you see is that the employees become more specialized. They become more focused. So you're not just, of course, with cutting-edge technologies, people have to have areas of focus and areas of competency so that when they work as a team, you know the value each team member is bringing to the table. So I think with the adoption of cutting-edge technologies, the engineers, the team that are working become more specialized, and then their value to the organization, talking about human capacity contribution to the business, becomes very high. So I think this is how we look at it. So cutting-edge technology, of course, cannot be ignored. Okay, I was very pleased when I looked at the fact that you're already adopting virtual reality, already adopting mixed reality, in understanding what is, in areas where human beings to be impossible to send people to those locations. So you can stay in the lab, stay in the office, and project yourself. So I think this is the next phase of it. So we're going to see the relevance of cutting-edge technology in the oil and gas space. It's just going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chukwuma. It's interesting that the kind of insight we are getting is, you would expect it from the kind of high-powered panel that we have today. I'm talking about how, as a people, as an industry, oil and gas industry, Seplat and others involved in oil and gas, how we can indeed begin to impact our society, contribute socio-economically to the lives of people in the areas where we operate. Alpha spoke very nicely about how we can begin to improve education, support education. Instead of wasting so much time walking to school, why don't you adopt technology, do online classes? Interestingly, all over the world today, people are acquiring degrees online, master's degrees online, and then you ask yourself, why can't you adopt such technologies? And what Alpha has suggested is, rather than keeping kids on the streets, they are working to school over long distances, why don't you adopt technologies like that? He also spoke about possibly using technology to improve agricultural practices, improving yield. There's a lot going on in that space now. I think I read somewhere where even with technology you can tell where on your land you need to put more water as opposed to somewhere else. That's how much technology is doing now, helping people to understand based on the quality of the soil, where do you need to apply more fertilizer. So all those things do have an impact, and it's quite insightful, the comments that both Alpha and Jide made on that. And then I heard Mr. Guarav and Mr. Chukwuma also talk to the question on how we can begin to improve profitability for companies. And they talked about how we can use data and begin to predict. So rather than being reactive, you are able to predict with all the data you have available now. You can predict what do you think will happen in future, when is this going to break down, and what do I need to do about that. And that helps you to actually improve your uptime for those of us who work in facilities, and that has an impact on on your bottom line. He also spoke about decision-making quality, decision-making accuracy, and then time to market, by virtue of the fact that you are able to quickly get things, data across different parts of the world, and you can quickly get information across, make decisions, and interpret data. So thanks for that insight. I was just thinking about the comment that I heard the MD Western Asset make yesterday, Mr. Ayodele Olatunde, when he spoke about the energy trilemma that we have. I think he called the energy trilemma. He spoke about energy security, energy justice. Then he now spoke about environmental sustainability. So it's quite interesting that he put it that way. In the light of recent events, I think everybody is beginning to realize that energy security is just as important as energy, as environmental sustainability, right? So people are beginning to fire up coal plants. And then we have been shouting in our part of the world that it has to be a just transition, but it looks like we're speaking in an empty room. But everybody is beginning to see that it's very important. As human beings, we do require energy, but we need to do it in such a way that it's just, it caters to everybody, and we do have energy to live, which is even as important as maintaining the environment, because without human beings, then what's the planet for? So it's important that we are having these conversations. So that takes me to my next question, actually, which talks about how, what is Industry 4.0? For a lot of us, we hear about all these fancy words that people in the tech industry use. They talk about Industry 4.0. So I'm sure people in the audience, online, and myself are wondering, what is Industry 4.0? And how can that help companies like Seplat and others in achieving a just energy transition? Let me start with Mr. Jide. He looks very excited to pick the question, so let me start with him.
Actually, me laughing, not being excited. I think we've been transitioning through multiple industrialization phases for the past, say, 60 years without realizing it. The first computer was probably could take up half this room. Right now, the power of that computer could fit into, your phone can probably do way more than it. Now, we talk about industrialization. We also talk about sustainability of the environment, which is part of what you were talking with coal plants now firing up. We also now look at our social and economic scenarios, a war going on in Russia and Ukraine affecting energy prices, determining a lot of things around how we actually now start looking at our transition from using some form of energy to another. A few days ago, they said Germany started firing up some coal plants, something which we never thought would happen, because Germany were the same ones that told us that our coal was not, that our coal plants were not supposed to be used because we're supposed to be taking care of the environment, which sort of like leads you to think. So it's okay for Germany, China, and some other areas to fire up their coal plants, but Nigeria can't use coal for energy because, you know, everybody tells us it's bad. Our reality is actually way beyond Industry 4.0. Our reality should even be towards Industry 5.0, my personal view. And here's the thing, we've already started using automation, we started using machine learning, we started using artificial intelligence to affect and effect a lot of things we're doing. Right now, a lot of oil companies actually know if a wellhead is going to blow because of the amount of data that they're receiving. A lot of oil companies actually can determine how much oil is within a well because of the amount of data that's coming up. They can determine whether to actually capture and cap a well because of the amount of data that you're getting. So instead of us looking at it as maybe another catchphrase, or it's an industry scenario, this and that, it's the next best thing, I think what we should do is start to look at how we are harnessing the information that we're getting across all these planes. There's nothing, I think being Nigerian, I've learned to be very proactive in my reality for certain things. So For instance, my whole house is rigged up so I can control everything from my phone, but my gen is programmed to go off at 2 a.m. no matter what. That to me is the Industry 5.2 I'm looking for. I want to be able to save diesel. I want to be able to save, to cool a room without using the air conditioner, even if it means blacking off the windows, because I know the more sunlight that comes in, the more heated it will become. I think that particular type of mindset is what we should transition to say, okay, how are we saving energy? Is the car that you're putting on the road that's carrying 5 people, why can't we replace it with one that carries 25 people so that we can move more people at the same time with the same amount of fuel? How are we actually building roads? Is it possible to do what they're doing in Denmark and put solar panels on the side of the roads to generate energy to actually power the street lights or something? That to me is how we should actually transition from our energy reality, not take another thing from Europe and America, and then tomorrow they'll start firing up their power plants and telling us nuclear energy is bad, don't use it, when we know it could power up the whole of Africa.
Thank you very much, Jide. Let me get your view on this, Gaurav, if you're still online. I'm not sure if you heard the question.
I did, and you can hear me well, right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So basically, we need to go back to, let's say, definition of what is IR 4.0. And we had this conversation when Aviva or we were at Aramco when we did their 4 IRC center. And Aramco was on the forefront of whole this industry revolution 4.0. They were thinking about it. They were started designing and having consulting studies. See, essentially, it's not only about oil and gas. It is applicable to manufacturing industry. It's the way you evolve your manufacturing process, your distribution, and your complete supply chain. So it's about how do you do your manufacturing. So the process remains the same. You integrate the latest technology and make sure that they are being used to improve your efficiencies. So I go back to the same example of automated oil field or a digital oil field concept in terms of upstream. So we are talking about using IoT technology or machine analytics or machine learning algorithms, or we are talking about robotics with VR and XR technologies for visualization to improve those aspects. And that's where the 4.0 comes in. So we are talking about those incremental improvement along with the different use cases which we have never seen in earlier industry. So 4.0 comes from old 30s where we were industry 9 to 6, 5 days a week, and eventually you start integrating control automations and stuff like that. Now we are talking about what we are seeing in as a person. We have a lot of this user technology on our mobile or the data on the mobile. Can I put it into a manufacturing industry? Can I use cloud? And this is not only about, let's say, Nigeria or Africa. In general, this is about whole world. Every region has a different uptake. In general, oil and gas field or energy field is always behind in adopting technology. So if you look at our banking sector, they were on latest technology years ago, right? So I think 4.0 will definitely improve those efficiency. Again, I tie back to the topic of our conversation where we are talking about net zero sustainability. This will eventually, digital transformation will help us in having our transition towards our net zero goal. Eventually, that will improve efficiency and our profitability. That's my take on Industry 4.0.
Thank you very much, Gaurav.
Let me just,
you
know, sometimes when you speak technology, you lose people and they will start to sleep. So, Industry 4.0. Yes, that's fine. I think we have people here, they may not understand all that we're saying in Greek, so I'll speak it in English. Industry 4.0, until COVID came, and currently the conflict in Ukraine, you know, the world never really understood how really connected we are. You understand? A lot of manufacturing taking place in China, a lot of things happening in India, other things happening in Nigeria, and some other things happening in Ukraine, and some also in Russia. Now, when COVID came, it disrupted all that. And then we're just getting back our lives. Then the conflict also started in Ukraine. And now we are saying the cost of bread is very high. I think next week, Nigerian Bread Association, they say they want to go on strike because they cannot afford to get enough wheat, which a large chunk of it is coming from Ukraine, right? So what am I trying to say? That the idea about Industry 4.0 is that anything that can be connected is going to be connected in order to improve the processes, manufacturing, whatever you want to call it. So there comes a time, if our power permits us, our energy crisis that we're going through in this country, your refrigerator will tell you that, oh, your milk in the fridge is going low, you need to replace. Or even if you don't even replace it, it places an order to Wemco, I think it's Wemco, right? And you see a crate of pig milk in front of your house. These are things that happen. And what do they use? They make use of these technologies like AI, machine learning, cloud computing, just name it. That is what has brought all these things together. Just like the first industrialization, where we saw steam engine propel the industry. At that time, if you don't have anything that uses steam to propel you forward, you are backwards. And I like it as he says it now. We should really even be thinking about 5.0, right? Because the whole matter has actually gone beyond 4.0 at the moment. This is where not only are you integrating so many other things, but if we go with what Elon Musk is trying to do with that his bionic company, where they want to implement chip in your body and it takes care of some other things, then we are already talking about 5.0. And there was a movie I watched that is very, very scary, in the sense that you have bionic humans living with ordinary humans, and you don't even know the difference. So, where we are currently, we are playing catch up, I would say. I guess our own challenges in Nigeria is so many that we are still playing catch up for Industry 4.0. I hope that we'll be able to really catch it up as quickly as possible, just like the way we are advancing in some other areas. Europe and Americas have to deal with their legacy system, but Africa is leapfrogging. And I hope we will be able to leapfrog and make use of these technologies, which they're already available. Fintechs are already taking us there. If you see the amount of financial technology going on right now, you have flutter waves and co, and then you now begin to look at what is going on currently in our oil and gas industry, where we're trying to digitalize virtually every aspect of the oil and gas. We cannot achieve that, but we must start from 4.0. We can't start from 3.0 or 2.0. Your drones, your IoTs and all sorts of things, those are the things that help us. I'm looking at the time whereby Samuel can actually take a probe when he has finished drilling his well, and he drops it inside the well. And that probe just goes in there and just swims inside the oil and sends him back all kinds of details of information that he needs. And at the end of the day, it can even send him back a message and say, sorry, we cannot give you 1 barrel of oil from this well. Look for another one somewhere. That is the situation where we are. And I believe that as we continue to progress, we'll make things happen. Recently, NCC delivered 2 licenses to 2 companies for, what is it again? No, not the payment services. For the 4G LTE, we're talking about 5G. So we believe for us in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, we may have to ditch 4G and actually leapfrog onto 5G and then begin to make all some of these processes begin to work for us. But until we get to that point where we can have that communication fabric, like I call it, available, some of these things may continue to remain a mirage, and it will require a lot of collaboration between the oil and gas industries to be able to achieve that, because no one company can do that alone by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. just noticed I don't have a lady on my panel. I'm going to have to speak to Omotai about that. Thank you very much. So the contribution so far suggests that indeed we need to be thinking of leapfrogging the 4.0, that we should even be going to 5.0. That in terms of adoption, we need to be more bullish. The traditional way of doing it is in the oil and gas industry, they are usually lagging behind. Like Gaurav shared with us, he said the industry, oil industry in India is lagging behind. They are not adopting technology as quickly as they should, and I think that's a common factor globally. So what it means is, rather than talking about 4.0, we should even be thinking about how we can do it even more quickly, and then having that interconnectivity is actually very useful, because it helps you to begin to improve efficiency of your systems, and that can help you very quickly to close the gap and achieve a just energy transition. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would address my next question to you, Mr. Chukwuma, and the question is, Nigeria has identified gas as its transition fuel. What role will digital transformation play in the National Gas Expansion Program and the National Gas Flare Commercialization Program?
Thank you. I think, again, it's all about the role technology will play in the whole chain of making that transition from fossil to gas. And I think when the first question you asked, and the two speakers on my right talked about what the oil companies, energy companies are doing. And he talked about, for instance, NLNG, Bonny Island. And I think what happened in Bonny Island was an intentional decision by the energy player in Bonny to see that not just them profiting from the gas, but that the whole community is carried along. They started by providing light. They provided road, Bonny, Fenima, everywhere. They lit up the whole place. And you can only imagine what will happen when people have energy to power their ideas. And I think this is a twin thing that comes into play. So, while we want to plan this transition, it's important to be sure that there are concrete plans so that the policy side or regulatory side is not left behind. This is very important. So that while the oil or the energy companies may not be planning to be intentional about their investment in the society, there should be regulatory framework that can compel them to look at that aspect. So what I see is that that transition requires empowering the society so that the society can be more enabled. I also thought about it from a twin perspective. So if we are looking at transition and also we are looking at the transition. So digital transformation and then the transition, which one actually should come first? So you always need to ask yourself, there cannot be any digital transformation without energy. And there cannot be energy transition also without digital transformation. So it becomes like a chicken and egg thing. Which one should you embark on first? So it's always good to have this holistic view. Whatever transition you're making, be sure that you're intentional about carrying the society. If that business is going to be sustainable, it has to be in a thriving society. It has to be in a society that is active and supportive of what you're doing. We probably talked briefly about insecurity, okay, and those oil communities. They are backward in education, they are backward in a lot of areas. But this is really where the whole deposit So you should expect them actually to profit more from what is going on. But they are the least that benefit in the whole thing. So it shouldn't be. So meaning that the energy players should be very intentional. As this transition is being planned, be intentional to carry along the society, first and foremost, because that cannot, you can't make that transition smoothly if the society is dying. You can't run a business in a dying society. So I think that is one area. And the space or the place of digital transformation in this whole journey and ensuring that at the end of it, it is profitable, is always that conversation, what I hinted earlier on when we say we want to make a transition. This transition we're making into gas or into whatever area, it has to start by us looking at reducing the footprint of the hazardous emissions or hazardous installations that we have today. So those footprint, from a technology standpoint where I'm coming from, we always say, first and foremost, if you go cloud, we are reducing a whole lot of footprint, energy footprint in a lot of customers. How many customers are like Seplat, for instance? If we allow every one of you to have your own data infrastructure, data center in every locality where you operate, it becomes a major issue for the overall plan we are making. So the key thing is adopt cloud. When you adopt cloud, a massive layer of footprint, gas emission, carbon emission footprint is eradicated. And then in that whole journey, there are a lot of benefits. I talked about the human capital specialization. There's also things around ensuring that there is so much simplicity in the process. So this whole, when you use technology, complexity is removed in the whole planning. Okay, and you can always use, it becomes like a template. It worked here, we can always repeat in a number of places. And this is one key advantage that technology delivers in any transition that's making, that you want to make. So in the gas transition journey, I think technology needs to empower it, and then the players need to be very intentional about what they do to the society. This is the only way, at the end of it, becomes a win-win, both for the technology providers, the energy providers, as well as the community that will benefit from it. Like I said, the society cannot prosper without energy, and there can be transformation without energy, and transformation itself drives energy transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chukuma. Alpha, you want to share your thoughts on that?
Yes, indeed. Again, like Chukuma said, is sometimes it's like you're putting the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart, whatever it is that has happened. Fine enough. That is the decision of the government, and we as a company, for example, we have taken it and we're running with it. We are raising the flag and we're making that transition to happen. However, a lot of things need to be in place. For example, 50 years plus now, we have flared gas in this country, something that should have brought in or raked in, or whatever language you want to use, billions and billions of dollars, right? We just burn it out there. And we're only interested in the black liquid. And in the process of getting that black liquid, that other thing also comes around. So we didn't do anything about it until recently. And while we're thinking of doing something about it now, then the transformation, which Mr. Chukuma has spoken about, also is taking backseat. And who is going to drive that? I think the government also has put in something very robust concerning technology. NITDA or NITDA is really pushing up on some of these aspects of some of these technologies that can be used. But the most important thing there has been the fact that the energy or the situations that will enable people like what Mr. Chukuma just said now, Seplat, imagine, ExxonMobil, imagine, Total, and a few other companies around. Imagine the massive data centers we have. Imagine the energy we are consuming. Imagine all kinds of things that is happening. And then all of a sudden, we wake up one morning and we say, great, let's move to Azure. I know he's happy. That does a lot of things for us. What it does for us is that it enables us as a company, energy company, to stop thinking about managing those aspects and really put our energies into actualizing this expanded project that the government has put in place. So you're sitting down here and you're saying, Guy, we need to stop our gas flare. And then while you are trying to stop that gas flare, you're also thinking of a lot of other technologies that needs to go on the back of that. And at the end of the day, you are struggling. You have not flared out, and the technology that you're trying to put is also challenging you because you don't really know everything about it. Why don't you move to a situation whereby a consolidated approach can happen on the technology space? Now we have consolidated the gas space. This is what the government says, and this is what we're doing. Can we also consolidate the back end, where it will help the energy companies now focus clearly on that mandate by the government and allow the other people deal with the other aspect of it that can help them actualize all those things? That's just what I thought.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it's, and what I hear is that in this case, there is a bit of a chicken and egg situation. Which comes first? Both of them have to work hand in glove, really, if we want to move forward in terms of supporting the transition to gas, and how digital transformation can be a facilitator of that process. There needs to be the right regulatory frameworks to support that, and then of course reducing footprints by deploying these technologies is going to be important for us. And what I now hear Mr. Alpha say is that a consolidated approach also needs to be considered, so that it can help to acquire the required focus, so that people know what they need to pursue, and allow technology to help us use all the data that we have acquired over several years to make the right decisions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll take the next question, which talks about the approach to energy transition. So the chief executive of the NUPRC was quoted as saying that Nigeria is adopting a phase-down approach to energy transition. A phase-down approach to energy transition. And the question then is, how will embracing digitalization enhance this process? Let me put that to Mr. Jide first.
First of all, I'm trying to put together what he means by a phase-down approach to energy transition, because we need energy. That's without doubt. We generate energy. I think we've grown generation capacity to 12,000 megawatts. We're only able to distribute about 4. So what are we phasing down? Are we phasing down our reliability on an ineffective grid? Or are we actually building more capabilities and capacities, maybe considering the Siemens contract, into what exists already? To be honest with you, I look at Nigeria as a very... Some people say Nigeria is a comedy that keeps on giving. I say Nigeria is actually an investment destination that could give you everything you want. The only thing you just need is government to just move out of the way a little bit more. We just spoke about gas, and here's the funny thing about gas. We have a lot of power plants that are far away from where the gas is actually being provided. That's already ineffective because you need to transmit the gas. I can understand a scenario like Egbin Power Station that the Obasanjo regime built the gas pipeline for in the 70s. So that supplies Lagos. But imagine a situation where instead of actually flaring the gas when the oil companies came or when the technology was a bit better, they were able to capture and use to provide energy. We already know we can't store energy, so it needs to be transmitted. Imagine we had invested in mini grids a long time ago. Imagine we had invested in trunk lines that were able to actually provide the power across the nation in different areas. I can tell you for free that some certain states in Nigeria probably don't need more than 700 megawatts. Because the truth is, they're very empty. Niger State, for instance, is as big as maybe 2 or 3 European countries. But the funny thing is, the population there isn't exactly as much as we think it really is. Same with probably Borno, same with some parts of Kebbi. Our reality should actually be not a phase-down approach. We should phase up the implementation of technology, IoT across the transmission TCN network, basically start demystifying the grid by breaking it down. We have a big monolith that's a mammoth of a grid. Shouldn't be there. The world has grown beyond trying to make one big scenario that the government will control everything about. We should start looking at how we're going to actually get power from the GenCos down to the discos, down to the people. We should start looking at discos even being able to provide captive power for the people that are using it. We can't store power. As of, I think, early this year, the stats are that we're actually even providing, a lot of discos are refusing power, and the GenCos have started looking at contracts to provide that same power to other countries in West Africa and towards Central Africa. We need to actually make a decision on whether we're going to carry on with an ineffective scenario and just accept that we can't do it, of which I hope we won't, because hopefully the Siemens contract will give us what we all hope for, more power. However, if government officials are making statements, I'm hoping that their statements will lead towards some action that will provide the needed equipment for providing this power to everybody, because to be honest with you, once you're able to provide power, we won't even be talking about the cloud. I would love you to move everything to the cloud. I'm a cloud proponent, but we will be talking about how better we can even go beyond just moving our equipment to a central cloud base. We'll be talking about how IoT is helping tell us when a grid failure is about to happen. We'll be talking about how much traffic is here so that we can divert traffic to somewhere else, because we have the power and we have the connectivity and we have everything we need. So it's all connected. The government loves, talking a good game. Following it up with actual action to provide us with things we need is what we need government to do, not to make declarations and, not to make declarations, I guess.
I would like to add something to what you just said. My understanding of that is really the face down thing. It has to do with likely the thought of the NURPC guy is that we're going to face down the use of fossil fuel and more on the renewables and things like that, right? But digital transformation, we have to really come to terms. It's nice. We sit here on the panel and we make beautiful presentation, paper-wise and the rest of them to our audiences. It's not cheap. We have to first understand that. First of all, it's not cheap. Imagine the kind of things you have to transform and deliver before you even begin to talk about what you want to do. You have to digitize all the processes that you have and the rest of them. Then you now begin to get to digitalization, which is the transformation aspect of it. And we are talking about energy transition. For us in Seplat, we've keyed into the government gas master plan and we're going to produce gas. We understand clearly what we want to do, how we want to put the processes of production, transportation to the consumer. We clearly understand that. But how many more people have understood that? So if we cannot get the paperwork right for our gas, how much even do we have in the country? We can all transition to gas tomorrow and then we discover that we don't even have enough gas in the country. Right? What happens? We ask another country to come and help us bring gas to us. So that approach is good. While we're slowing down on fossil fuel and we're upping up the other renewables and gas, the digital transformation aspect of it is that at the end of the day, the whole process of the production, transportation, and the consumption must be factored in properly. And clearly, if not, we end up with a barn full of gas and we don't know what to do with it. The consumer is not receiving it because there is no transport lines that will take it there. To take diesel to Maiduguri today to fuel the truck is far more expensive than carrying the content of that diesel to Maiduguri, for example. So the guy who has the diesel said, look, why don't I discharge in Osun State? Why should I have to take it to Maiduguri when I could just make more money here than I take it there? So imagine that, like he says, all the gas producing areas are in the Delta. And all the people that consume it, likely over 70% of consumption is also down south. So why go situate a gas something up north when the what do you call them? Allow the transmission company of Nigeria do that work. Give it to the Gencos who are close by. Then you don't have to start running pipelines across. Let them produce the electricity. Let TCN does the thing and then send the energy across to the consumer at the other end of the world. So that face-down approach is good, but then the whole process that needs to happen is not so clear like that. Companies now are individually defining that space for themselves, which Seplat is one. And I can assure you that we have defined our own clearly. We understand what we want to do. We understand how we want to process it. We understand how we want to transport it. And we also understand how we want to take it to the consumer. But is it the same with other people? We are not all at the moment talking to each other. You know, we're not on the same page. Some people are doing something else. So we need to come together and really look at how we can collaborate and make sure that this is delivered to the user.
Thank you very much. I think that's some very useful insight. So when we say phasing down, it's about how do we go from oil and gas down the value chain to less carbon emitting energy sources. And Alpha has spoken about how we are moving to gas. And Mr. Jide also talked about making sure that in terms of the right type of technologies to define even the networks, we have that available. So you need to get the data on how much you actually have, how much do you need, and how long is it going to take you, so that you even know that, okay, the gas I say I have now, I'm going to use it, is going to be useful for me for a number of years. All of that requires data analytics and identifying individual human behavior yourself. So how long does Jide leave his AC on at night? I'm sure those kind of little details, by the time you gather it from millions of people, you have an idea of how much your energy needs are. You have an idea of how long you are able to sustain using the current sources you have. And ultimately, you can manage that phase-down approach that is being pushed by the NUPRC. I'll take what will be our last question. And this time I'll start with Mr. Gaurav. The question for me is a bit off the cuff. So it stemmed out of the comment that Mr. Alpha made about how expensive it is to adopt digital transformation. So my question to you, Mr. Gaurav, is how can we begin to reduce the cost of deploying all these technologies? Because if we are saying we want to transit and it's so expensive and unattainable, then what are the things that we can begin to think about to say we can execute or we can adopt to help us bring down the prices of adoption?
Very interesting questions, and this is what we got from multiple customers. So this is not the first time I heard this question. So what we do, or what I propose in general, is first we need to have that vision. So what you need is a study where you define what is your as-is state and where you want to go. So that's your to-be state, right? So this is a pure let's say consulting study where you start defining your vision. So that's the first part. The second part is, what are the low-hanging fruits? So once you do the study, you realize the return on investment of different technology. So rather than doing one big bang project for, let's say, 5 years and say, we are going to invest $100 million and we will get maybe $200 million after 10 years, why not start with $1 million and get a return on 6 months? So what we also realize in industry, the typical implementation period of all technologies are going lower and lower. And that's where cloud comes in, that's where data analytics comes in. So my suggestion or my viewpoint is, A, define your vision. So as is versus to be. Second, start with low-hanging fruit. Do pilot study, take a plant where you see a return on investment. So that helps that you still get continuous return on investment. That will help you justify the investment, first part. Second, you are getting return. So it's net, you are in positive. So that's how you start. So I usually do not have a preference when I suggest to my client, because for each client, the as-is state is different. So it is really, even for, if I consider Seplat, between your facility, the decision would be different. That's one perspective. Second perspective is, you can enter into long-term contract in terms of usage. So you need those flexibility in terms of commercial. So you have that negotiating power, that you know where is vision going on. So you can negotiate saying that eventually we'll go there, but I need a discount. So you bring the cost down. So use of size, use of that bargaining power as oil and gas companies, something comes into picture. So define a vision, start with low-hanging fruit, do a pilot so that you get returns, have your commercial power of negotiation to bring down the cost. And that's the typical, let's say, top 3 points we can bring down the cost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaurav. Let me throw this to Chukwuma. Let me hear your thoughts.
In my several years of experience in the IT industry, this has always been like a burning question. Why are we spending so much money? Why are we spending so much money? Two things I would like to say. We ask this question essentially when we see IT different from business. Okay, it's a high time we realize that IT is the business and business is IT. They are one and the same thing. The second part is to use a typical example. Okay, I had a conversation with some CIOs in the banking sector, and this discussion came up. We're spending so much money, and I said, okay, tell me, any one of you, I'm trying to take very practical, provide practical answer to this so that I'm not trying to dodge it, okay? Because we need to spend money, and we're spending money because we are seeing clearly the business benefit. We are spending money because we can see the turnover of the business growing in fundamental areas where we are making investment, and these are mainly IT-driven investments. So why do we want to, starve the very element, the very critical point that spurs business growth for us? So it's important we look at it that IT is business and business is IT. So if we're making investment, we're already projecting how much revenue we're going to get because of the investment. And this is actually what drives the investment. If we cannot see that line, then of course, why are we making the investment? We should just stop it. It's not justifiable. But clearly, I can tell you, if you go back 10 years ago, how much you spent on IT and how much revenue you got for each of the years, do the projection. See the extra revenue on your top line and see the extra revenue, extra investment you're making on IT. And then you justify whether it's actually ideal or justifiable for you to have made those investments or not. So this is just very radical way to address it.
Okay.
Just, if I could just add to what he said. I used to do the budget for a particular yellow telco. So I did the 5-year master plan in 2013 that got us from, I think, about 30 million users to about 66 in 2018. One of the things that was a big problem was identifying how much investment you make per subscriber so that you can get more money from that subscriber. And I applied that in subsequent jobs and everything. And one thing you realize quickly is if you don't make an investment, you shouldn't expect a return. And your investment actually has to do with certain tiers across everything you do, both your internal and your external customers. So, for instance, now, when I talk to C-levels about technology, and we're talking about investing in whether it's supply chain, procurement, ERP, finance scenarios, I try to break it down to them that you're not investing in IT. You're providing a service to the customer. Your customer could be in HR, could be the external customer, could be in transport and logistics, could be in supply chain. Imagine you're buying a vehicle. You're buying that vehicle, you're having it in your books for 4 years. That vehicle is a depreciating scenario. But anything you spend on technology actually creates or improves a process. And by improving that process, you're either cutting costs or you're saving the time to deliver for the customer. And until we start looking at technology as a driver for improvement rather than a budget line, you're literally demeaning the advantages you're getting. For the next how many centuries, we'll still be looking at the fact that the computers that we have, the emails we use, the new interface, the new services we're able to provide, online banking, whatever, that all these things are actually engineering certain things to happen and happen better for us. I'll give you one particular statistic. A lot of us use the mobile apps from banks to actually transfer money, but you'll be really amazed that the amount of USSD transfers dwarfs every one of us that uses the mobile app, and that actually speaks to the people lower down the ladder who use less smarter phones, who use feature phones, and it starts triggering certain things in your mind. That's a totally different economy created just because the service exists. So investing in technology is actually investing in improvement, investing in enlarging a capacity base, and investing in processes that may not have survived over time.
Thank you very much to the panelists here today. I think it's been a very insightful session. I think most of the comments that have been made are things that everyone participant in the technology week can take back because there's been a lot of insight shared on how we can continue to improve our processes, improve efficiency, and meet that point, get to that point where digital transformation is able to support the transition. Hearing them speak on the last question, it's apparent that they don't want to reduce cost, but thankfully we have a middle point where Mr. Gaurav has said we should take it in small bits. That helps, right? So rather than go the whole 9 yards, take it in small bits and see how quickly you can create value, and then you can then begin to multiply. Mr. Chukuma, Mr. Jide, Mr. Gaurav, and our in-house expert, Mr. Alpha, thank you very much for your contributions to the session. And thank you to the attendees, those watching online and here, for being very keen listeners to this session. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Gaurav, if I feature in this photograph on your behalf, you would have to give me a first-class flight ticket to fly down to you. Where are you? Where are you speaking from?
I'm based out of Dubai.
Dubai, okay. That would be Emirates Airline, first class. That would be nice. Yeah. I'll just bring the picture to you, right? But hey, thank you very much. Yes, please. Thank you, Sean. Can we put our hands together one more time for our panel? Thank you, Sam. Fantastic job you did moderating the panel. Thank you. Thank you to all 4 of your panelists. Thank you so much. Quite incisive comments and contributions you have made. for this panel where you looked at digital transformation meets sustainable energy transition. We're going to go on a short break. I like that one of our panelists said we should not be looking at Industry 4.0, it should be 5.0. But I think the takeaway for me is that we should concern ourselves with finding solutions that would better solve our own problem and not playing copycat every now and then to people who have solved their own problem and want us to rely all the time on them. It is critical, right? Well, we'll talk a bit more about the panel later, but now we're going to go on a short tea and coffee break. If you're coming for the first time today, tea and coffee is served in the adjoining hall. You just go there, grab your tea and coffee, and stand around the cocktail tables. Enjoy your tea and coffee, and we'll be back in. This is almost 11:40 by my time. So at 11:55, 15 minutes. 1 second, please. Just give me one tiny little bit a second. Here we are. Exactly. That's it. Yes, so we'll be back at 11:55. We'll continue with the sessions. When we return at 11:55, we will do a vendor exhibition. We'll meet with 2, 3, or 4 of the vendors who are exhibiting here, look at the technology they have on display, have an interaction with them. Please, when we come to you, before we come to you, we'll tell you, exhibiting vendors, how much time you will have to speak when we bring the microphone to you. I appeal to you to keep it to the time we allot to you when we get there. And when we return from that vendor exhibition, we would listen to the managing director of Elcrest, as well as the managing director of the Ano Gas Company. We will then go for lunch. After lunch, we will come back for a third panel session for the week. We're looking at the frontier, how technology is responding to ESG demands. We'll go from that into technology showcase presentations from our exhibiting companies. GHG SAT will be talking at that time. Sneefers, Questa, Mudunzagal, Daptem is back here today. Okay. If I have it, it means it's here. Becky Hughes, we will close the day after Becky Hughes' presentation, just to remind you on what we have left for the rest of today. For now, see you at 11:55. Tea, coffee, canapes are served. Enjoy. Eating. Okay, take that now. Huh? And take. Come ahead. The Seplat tech team to visit with So we're done with the short break. It's over and dusted. So we're starting with BDV and then Schlumberger and then Daptum. Sam, please, can we get Ogati back into the room? And yes, sir, you're welcome. And all the other members of the team, the tech team of Seplat, you will be interacting with the respective vendors. DV services. Sam?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel. I work with the technology team, and I have with me the technology manager, Motayo Midiji as well. So we are here at a period where we're going around for vendor exhibition, and we have vendors to exhibit the technologies they have, tell us a little about themselves, so that the world can know and Nigeria can know that we are serious about technology and how we solve our problems regarding sustainability and energy transition. So we're here with BDV Services. So good morning. Please tell us a little bit about yourselves, your company, and the services that you offer.
Good morning, and thanks for having us. My name is Bob. I'm the Managing Director of BDV Services. I would want to apologize. As you can see, the booth is empty. There was a kind of conflict with the ongoing energy event in Abuja, which had been booked before this one happened. So that's where most of our products are. But that being said, we are all about helping our clients to meet their sustainability targets through digital transformation. So everything we've said here today and where the company is going, it all starts from one thing, and that is from acquiring the data. For most of our clients in this part of the world, especially clients with brownfield on land wells, these wells are scattered. They are in geographically remote areas. So their difficulty is not in adopting the digital twin or the machine learning. The difficulty is actually getting those data from where they are to where they will be deployed to be able to generate all this value. So that is all we are about. So we acquire this data wirelessly through existing technologies, and the key thing is doing it cost effectively in a way that the client can afford it. Now, our business model is this. We are not restricted to a particular geography. We look at the globally available technologies that has delivered on this promise cost effectively. So we bring those international technologies to bring them to solve local problems. Excellent. So everything that can be measured in the field, from the wellhead, whatever it is that can be measured, any data that can be generated, we can acquire it and deliver it to where that data will be used.
Excellent. Thank you, Bob. So central to digitization, as we've heard throughout the course of the program and the event, is Internet of Things, IoTs. And also, I want you to talk a little bit about the challenges that restrict companies from making use of this technology and how yourselves and other companies like yourselves try to overcome them.
Okay, I will speak specifically about the oil and gas. So what has happened is the oil and gas has been doing their own thing. Digital technology is not new, it's oil and gas. But the oil and gas have been doing their own things, restricted to the technology that they have developed themselves. Now, the IoT world, the digital world, they don't have any restriction. They've been doing their own things, moving at a faster pace than the oil and gas. So what has happened is, because of the economies of scale, the IoT world is now able to transmit data, generate data at a far lower cost per byte than the oil and gas. So what we do is we go to the IoT world, borrow the technology, bring it to the oil and gas, and make sure that it still meets the same requirements as the traditional oil and gas. For example, it must meet the HAZLOC location requirement. It must be Class 1, Div 1 or Class 2, Div 2 certified. So we bring those technologies that are affordable, all right, to the oil and gas. So because of this easy access to the IoT, the oil and gas company is now able to deploy this technology at a far more cost-effective pricing than they are used to. So they are used to doing this within their own ecosystem, and it has been expensive. So there is still this mindset that this thing is expensive. So that mindset is still there in oil and gas, and you know very well that oil and gas, that change in technology is not as fast as it is in the IoT world. So what we are doing to bridge that gap is to borrow from the best of the IoT, to deploy it to the oil and gas, to be able to bring value and solve their production challenges.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob. We're glad to have you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much. And thanks for having us too.
Thank you. Hello and good morning. Our very close partners, Schlumberger. My name is Samuel again, and it's good to have you again, Sophia, and good to see you. So Schlumberger has always partnered with us when it comes to technology and solving problems, and thank you for being here again and to showcase your front-running step when it comes to technology and solving the oil and gas problems. So like we said, we are looking towards a drive to sustainable energy transition and how technology fits in. The central theme of the event has been very a lot about digitization, right? So I want you to talk a little bit about Schlumberger, your position in the industry, as well as digitization, and how you are seeking to help penetrate and help the oil and gas industry to achieve its goals. Thank you.
Much for inviting us to this event again. We've been here last year, and it was very successful, and we are happy to be here back. So yes, so Schlumberger is a leading technology company. We have invested a lot in digital. We are partnering with big digital companies like Google and Microsoft. We have created the Delphi EMP environment, where we host all of our EMP applications in the cloud, and it's a subscription as a service. And then we also have an IoT technology that we also generated. It's called Agora. And our, as you can see here, our main kind of approach in tackling the production operation is focusing on 3 areas. The area of looking at the data, your own data. We have collected a lot of data. We are not using the data we acquire as efficient as possible. So what we do is we introduce the concept of AI, artificial intelligence, on how can we convert data into insights. How can we make sense of the data we receive? And we of course have technologies that can help us achieve this, like with Delphi, we are partnering with Google and Microsoft in the cloud aspect, but we're also partnering with AI companies like DataIQ and Spotfire. So within the Delphi, you will get a package that actually complements the EMP application with the digital partners, okay? Then we also look at the workflow. So we help our customers in not only getting the insights, but converting this insight into decisions. Because yes, you got your data, you have something that the data is telling you. Now what decision are you going to make? You want to do some modeling and some calculations, and this we have technologies like PipeSim, Olga, and Symmetry, which can actually be hosted in Delphi and can help us make decisions. Now from decisions, we actually going back to the operations. So we want to actually, from the decisions, we want to take actions. So in that space, we have technologies like Agora and Sensia, where we can actually take these decisions faster and make more informed actions. And I will be speaking a lot about the Delphi and Agora tomorrow in our presentation. By the way, we have shown Agora in our last year event, and we are actually starting a project in the Sapele West where we are going to deploy the technology, and hopefully we can show value to the Seplat and to the Nigerian industry as a whole. So thank you so much for hosting us, and we'll be very looking forward to engaging with you and hopefully successfully going to bring value to all.
Excellent. Thank you, Sophie, and it's always a pleasure to discuss with you. And thanks. We're looking forward to the installations. Like you said, we're working very closely with you, deployment of Agora. Looking forward to that. And also the general presentation tomorrow, I'm looking forward to that. Going to be very interesting. Thank you very much. Cheers. All right. So we move then to... Okay, so we're looking at Cypher Crescent. Hello and good morning. So thank you for being here, and you were here last year as well, and it's a huge pleasure. And of particular interest to me is an indigenous company that works on the magnitude of what you guys work on. You not only showcase Nigeria as an operations based company, but also analytics, models, a lot of designs that are customized by you guys for the oil and gas industry. So let the world know who Cypher Crescent is, what you guys are about, and some of the products that you guys also develop and churn out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I will start first by discussing with us about Cypher Crescent. We are a wholly indigenous Nigerian company that is focused on technology development and digital capacity development. As you can see on the screen, for the sake of the time, this actually is one of the outputs of our solution development. This solution is called the Sepal Well and Reservoir Management Solution. It's a solution that basically ensures that all the members or stakeholders of the subsurface team are able to see things from the same perspective. In this solution, you discover that we have the well, we have the reservoir, we have the intervention history plan, petrophysics, geology, as well as the production, the PVT, and all of it. So what this solution tries to do is that at the end of the day, all our discrete interpretations and data, we are able to integrate them all within this solution, so that by the time they meet for a review, they can be able to see things from the same perspective and be able to identify intervention opportunities leading to production enhancement easily. We also have solutions after you have identified opportunities. The next part is that the opportunities that have been canvassed to candidates, you will need to schedule them for execution. We have a solution that helps you to quantify the scope for recovery in terms of forecasting. That solution is called the Business forecasting solution, Seplat BFS. We also have the Seplat DIAP solution, which is a web-based application that allows E&P companies to be able to schedule their projects and plan for those projects so that they can be able to execute it in an efficient manner. We also have a solution called the PVT RMS solution. The PVT RMS solution basically is a solution that ensures that our PVT data, which are always held in silos or in discrete, in fact, statistics shows that oftentimes engineers will spend almost an average of 86% trying to locate or search for PVT or the accurate PVT files to use. But with that solution, you are able to digitize your PVT data and run your analysis, your PVT analysis, right from that same common solution. Just to wrap it up also, Cypher Crescent is also a company that is focused on digital capacity development, which for that we have started what we call an industry school, and for that industry school, those that will be visiting our booth will be sharing with them an upcoming plan for a petroleum boot camp, which basically is a school that will allow all participants and attendees to be able to understand the entire spectrum of petroleum engineering and become petroleum engineers that can basically identify opportunities easily. Thank you.
I just wanted to just say a few words on the WIMS tool that you're building with us and the value that it's supposed to add to the business very quickly. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We actually built a well integrity management solution that can actually help narrow the challenges behind getting information behind an asset integrity and the issues regarding the asset integrity itself. So where the challenge having to schedule wells for operations, order maintenance checks, the solution is seamless. It helps you to plan those maintenance activity, your FLM, and then it also helps you, once you get the data, you bring it in once, wells that have issues, high well integrity issues, it flags them off, and then also you have the capability to set some wells on waiver. One of the advantages of this is that it keeps you in check in terms of well integrity issues, and then it also categorizes those issues and also gives you a reminder on when you need to actually intervene in ensuring that those wells are actually in tech. And one of the advantages of that also is more serves like an audit trail for asset integrity issues, where you have a database that shows that you are compliant with regulatory policies, and then also you've actually been carrying out the well integrity management as specified by industry standards.
All right, thank you very much. So we are proud and pleased to be working on this with you and look forward to more engagements and more value-adding tools and solutions to Seplat and to the entire industry. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we look forward to your presentation tomorrow as well. Thank you. All right, please come along with me. Hello, Kevin. Good morning. Or
Good
afternoon
morning.
now. Yeah, hi. So tell us a bit about sniffers and the work you're doing, and in line with the theme of the event, Sustainable Energy Transition, how does sniffers fit into that? What role do you guys play? What services do you offer? Just tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, good morning and thanks for having us, first of all. Yeah, indeed, we are the Sniffers. We are a service provider in oil and gas. We work worldwide, and what we do, we are making the leaks visible. So we have different technologies, and we have 3 major steps that we are using. And the first one, and that's really the key one, is doing the inventory of your facility. Inventory on equipment level, but also on a source base level. Once we have that, we're going to identify which of technologies that are the best to put in practice and to do the measurements on site. So we have different measurement technologies that we can use. We have measurements devices, like there is the measurement device by themselves that can quantify as well the leak in a ppm value, but also OG cameras, for example. And these are really the bottom-up measurements, but also we have top-down measurements, like we can use also satellite images, but also drones that we can use to map the methane emissions as well. Once we have that, we have the last step, that's the reporting step. So we're going to report all the emissions that we have captured in a ppm value, and going to calculate as well the total emissions of the year, taking the production hours of that plant into account as well.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Is there any detailed work that you've done in the Nigerian oil and gas industry that you could talk to us about, or any perspective you want to add value, and specifically helping to identify leaks, detections, emissions, GHGs towards a successful campaign for sustainable energy transition?
Yes, we're going to start with it. We are working now, I think, for 5 years in the Nigerian market to get business done. But okay, now DPR is handling as well guidelines for that, for LDAR. So they promised to bring them up in the third quarter this year. But there are already companies that are taking the lead. So next week we are going to start 2 campaigns for ExxonMobil here in Nigeria. Okay. So they are taking the lead to do those kind of measurements certified by a third party. Okay. So yeah, we are looking forward to that outcome as well. And we hope that Seplat will follow as well, of course.
Excellent. So we are looking forward to doing more business and seeing the value of your technology and the work you guys do.
Yes, because it's the real data that we will present, not a calculated or a modeling thing. No, we are really going to on-site and report the real outcome of the facility. Okay. And that's important to know, because then you can reduce as well your maintenance costs. If you see to flaring, you can win a lot of money by tackling the internal leaks in the passing valves, for example. But more will come up in the presentation this afternoon.
All right. Thank you very much, Kevin. We look forward to your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. So we have Daptem as our final stop. Hello and good afternoon. So Daptem Engineering, tell us about the work you do and the value add to the industry. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Oladapo. I'm the MD Daptem. We do engineering services to the oil and gas industry, and we've been in the game for more than 11 years. And then the value we have been delivering to the industry cuts across digital oil field, okay, and metering and some other solutions that we deployed. For today, we'll be presenting flare metering, okay, which is one of our partner products from Fluenta. Okay. Today we have over 70 of our meters across all the IOCs, excellent, including Seplat as well. Excellent. And today also, some of our engineers are on FAT in Netherlands for Chevron, okay, because of the drive of the NUPRC for measurement of flare. Flare gas. Yeah, so we have a lot of orders, okay, that we are taking, and yeah, so those are the things the values that we offer. We have our demo kit over there. Okay. Okay, so can we just go to the stand and then take us through the demo for the flare meter? Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Over here is a demo kit of how a flare metering system is, where you have the upstream and the downstream. These are sensors, and the principle of operation is ultrasonic, using the principle of time of flight. You have signals being sent from the upstream sensor to the downstream sensor, and then based on that, calculation is done on the flow computer using flow algorithms, flow calculation algorithms. And the good thing about our meter is we can output many form of outputs to the DCS or the PLC, depending on your control system. Some of the outputs that we have are 4 to 20 milliamp current loop, mode bus, pulse, and current loop as well. So this makes our meter to be very robust and scalable. And the accuracy and the turn down ratio is very, very high, which meets the DPR, NUPRC guideline as well. So that's why today we have orders from Total, we have orders from Chevron and Seplat and okay, the likes. So this is a temperature sensor, and this is a pressure sensor. So what they do along the line is for compensation. You know, as the pressure changes and the temperature changes, the flow also, it affects the flow. So this compensates in the algorithm in the flow computer as well.
Okay, so that's very impressive. Just one question. So a common challenge with flare gas measurement sometimes is the presence of liquids. How do you compensate for that, and how sensitive is the equipment generally to ingress of liquids?
Yeah, so one of the other ways we have been able to overcome that is during installation, we make sure that this vent is below. We make sure that this vent is like facing down. So
okay.
We put a valve here just to bleed off, exactly. So it can contain. Then another way we've been able to overcome is our meters are not directly intrusive. It's called semi-intrusive. So meaning all the flows going on doesn't really have to touch the meter before it measures. So that's the sensitivity of our meter. So just by the edge, we call it flushing edge. So there is a way our calculation is done that we impute the flushing edge in our algorithm so that the liquid and whatever condensate is going along, it doesn't touch. So the third one is for ease of maintenance. We have this ball valve here for ease of isolation. So our sensors are retractable, meaning even while your plant is going on, your plant is running, you don't have to shut down before you do maintenance. So all we need to do is, while the valve is open, we open this place and then we retract this and then we isolate and then we remove this. Your plant will still be running while we do maintenance. So that's one of the edge we have over other OEMs.
Okay, so that's very impressive, and we look forward to hearing a little bit more about this during your presentation as well. So thank you very much, and so we take this back to you, Richmond. We've seen a lot of technologies, and we've seen the offerings of some of our vendors. We are looking forward to more engaging sessions later today and later tomorrow as well. So back to Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Indeed, quite interesting technologies on display here, and some of them will be talking to us. And when they come up here to speak, they will give us a bit more detail as to the technology they are providing and the solution that it will be deployed to. In the earlier presentations, we saw a slide where the GM operations showed us GM production, I beg your pardon, showed us some of the challenges. Please, can we have one house, please? Can we come back and sit down? One house, one house, one house. Thank you very much. Thank you, one house. Let me just give us a second or two to settle down. And so, of course, showed us some challenges and what Seplat is doing, what the areas where they need to deploy technology. And I'm hoping that some of these technologies on display, who haven't seen that slide, will provide these solutions that Seplat seeks to optimize production and drive down costs. So thank you once again to our vendors, and to you, Sam and Ogati. Thank you very much. Onwards now to our presentations for this afternoon session. We're kicking off first with the Managing Director of Elcrest. We're kicking off with the Managing Director of Elcrest. We're looking at Elcrest's Sustainable Energy Transition Outlook. And he's not able to join us physically, but he is right there online, joining us remotely. I'd like to yield it to you, Mr. Chima Njoku. But first off, I want to be sure that you can hear me and we can hear you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Richmond. It's my pleasure joining you. I hope you can hear me.
I can see you, but I'm guessing you're here to start speaking.
Oh, I've been speaking. You cannot hear me?
Loud and clear now, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, Richmond. Thanks, everyone. Fortune, you can share my slide. I think you disabled my ability to do it from here. So share my slide so that I can talk through using my own pad. But share my slide. Let me. If you're able to do so. Okay, thanks. This is a nice topic that was put forward. What we are doing in ECRES during the energy transition, our outlook. I try to situate this in three parts. First is to look at how the world energy transition is going and how it's affecting us in Nigeria, and then what ECRES is doing in that respect. If I start with the world energy transition outlook and look at where we are today, the chart clearly shows the growth in energy demand which we have faced. And as of today, the world is facing an acute shortage of energy supply in particular. And even at that, about 50%, over 50%, of the current energy sources is fossil fuel, come from fossil fuels. So it is very important to situate it from that perspective that today fossil fuel constitutes about 50%, more than 50% of the energy consumption supply to the world. And when you look at the projection to 2050, it shows that the energy demand will double by 2050. Even when we see that renewable will grow, the major area that people are looking at is getting their energy from electricity. And the projection also shows that the energy supply side will continue to lag behind the demand. So if you check 2050 and where we will be, the demand will be high. There will be a major growth in renewable energy. Almost 60% of the energy supply by 2050, more than 60%, will be from renewable energy sources. But you still see a huge growth in the energy demand, which makes it imperative that fossil fuels will still be in demand, will still be there to ensure we don't have energy crisis. And renewables will not be enough. So if we don't have fossil fuels, there will be a huge gap in our energy sources, and we may be faced with an energy crisis. So that is why we need an orderly energy transition, to ensure that we are managing and matching both the supply and the demand sides of the equation. If we must continue with fossil fuels as a source of energy, the way we have to manage it then is by improving the technologies that are available to us and minimize the environmental impact and reduce our carbon footprint. That is key to what we do, and that is why we look at technology to see how we improve on that. If you go to the next slide, it shows you more how the electricity consumption has grown between 1980 and 2019. A huge growth, almost tripled the consumption between 1980 and 2019. Over a 40-year period, we tripled the electricity consumption of the world. And in 2019, the consumption was approximately 24,000 terawatt hours of electricity. And when you average that, you get about 3,400 kilowatt hour per capita as a global average, which is a very huge number. And I'm going to get down to show you why it's a very huge number. The consumption you see there, 3,400, which is the global average, is far higher than what most developing countries consumed in 2019. You will see Nigeria at the bottom. And so is the case for most developing countries. Their electricity consumption lags behind. And when you check the projection to 2050 on population, you find out that these developing countries is where most of the population growth will occur. So these people will require a lot of energy in the future. And to bridge the gap, a lot of investment is required and cannot be made from renewable alone. Like I said, in Nigeria, in 2020, our consumption of electricity is only 184 kilowatt hour. If you check the chart on the by the right, it shows you the consumption for the top being Iceland, almost 60,000 kilowatt hour per capita, while Nigeria is under 200 kilowatt hour per capita, significantly energy poor. So if you go to the next slide, it shows you more where we are as a country and what the challenges with energy we face. The next slide, please. Hello? Okay, so it shows you what we need and where we are. And for us to move and the transition we face, we require massive investment in a mix of energy sources. It cannot be only through renewable or through fossil fuel or through nuclear. We need to have a mix of energy. And because if you check as at today, the charts on the right show the numbers. About 78 million Nigerians 78 million Nigerians as of 2019, or 40% of our population, do not have access to electricity. And even those that have access to electricity is epileptic. And if you check what is required for a population, if you use 200, 214, or 196, for a population as large as that, Nigeria needs operational electricity capacity of up to 85,000 megawatts of electricity to attain that global average of 3,400 kilowatt hour per capita. That's a massive investment. And we know what that could mean. We are struggling with an installed capacity of 13,000, but what we have as operational is only 4,500. And the major gap is in gas supply to those thermal plants. Implication is we need infrastructure to take gas. We need more gas to go to those thermal plants, even to make operational about 13,000 megawatts of electricity. So we have a deficit of almost 8,000 megawatts that are not powered at the moment. And that means we still need huge gas supply sources to meet all these requirements. If you check our logistics sector and the transport sector, you find out that we still rely heavily on road transport. And the vehicles we use require PMS or AGO, that's petrol or diesel. Now, for us to transit to electric vehicles, that will take a long time, and that will compete for scarce resources. As of today, it's estimated that Nigeria has over 12 million vehicles. Even if you use an average of $10,000 as a cost of one electric vehicle, that will be $120 billion to change out all those vehicles. It won't be something that you do in a go. There has to be an orderly process. We still have to rely on refined petroleum products for a longer term before we will phase out all those fossil fuel vehicles. And that is where we are. And that is where LCRES comes in. If you go to the next slide, it shows that's where we come in. Because Seplat, go to the next slide, please. Aircrest is in the upstream pillar of Seplat strategic bucket. I believe most of us know the Seplat strategic buckets of upstream, midstream, and renewable, new energy. So for us in the upstream pillar of Seplat, our focus is how to reduce the CO2 intensity and the greenhouse gas emission management. And we do that through a number of things in Aircrest. First is energy substitution, and that's what we are doing. Not necessarily, I mean, the source of energy substitution. And here we have done some replacement of diesel generators with cleaner gas generators. We did that in Betiokun, and we are about doing that in Okwama. It's part of a major project we have undertaken. And if we have also installed solar marine lanterns instead of electric, we are using solar to power our marine lanterns in BRVS. We've given out contract for interdependency electricity projects that will ensure that our host communities, these host communities do not have access, and as you know, it's in a swamp location, do not have access to grid electricity. So they are left with bad choices. Choices that encourage them to burn firewood, use kerosene, etc., diesel for those that could afford it, and petrol engine. Because people must meet their energy requirements. And the implication of that is that they do things that are more harmful to the environment. By the time we do the interdependency electricity project, which we have commissioned at the moment, by the time we finish, those communities will now stay back from using those sources, and that's making the environment cleaner and prevent deforestation. We've also considered, because if you check how much AGO is required for the vessels that we have in our operation and the rigs, so we are looking at options that will enable us tie the vessels, where possible, to our central power generation. We're also looking at CNG with a third-party provider, so that those vessels, especially the shuttle vessels, could run on CNG. We're evaluating those options. The other thing we are doing is conservation. We don't have to use or spend on what we don't need. So we make prudent use of the energy we generate. And one example is electricity consolidation of electrical requirements in Betioku. We have a gas generator, but we also have squirrel AGO generators in different locations at the jetty, houseboat, security location. So what we are doing is to pull all these together and tie them to the gas generator so that we don't have to run those diesel. And the gas generator can power all these things, and that will prevent us from the pollution that will emanate from those small generators working independently. We also look at promoting some habits that make it necessary, that we don't need to. For instance, leave bulbs on, the habits that will prevent us from ensuring that we use low energy bulbs, low wattage facilities in all our locations. We install automatic switches where possible. So those are aimed at minimizing the consumption, especially where you don't need it. The other thing we are doing is adopt best practices. Best practices in environmental management. As we all know, I don't think that's peculiar to Aircrest. The whole of our Seplat group, we use TDU for our drilling west. We minimize spills. For the past 2 years, almost 2 years, we've had zero spill in our operation, even when we are badging. So you know it's more difficult when you are badging. It means you bring out hoses to badge. But we make sure we put in place practices that will help us achieve zero operational spill. We also do tree planting in support of what Seplat has started. So we plant trees, we join Seplat in the tree planting exercise as much as possible. Last but not the least is flares out. We could have done that, but we don't. Our fields are not the GOR of Betiokun. It's not that high. So to get sizable volume to flow into any location is difficult, but we are talking to third parties. And we are looking at deploying battery limit system to ensure that the gas produced in Opuama and Betiokun are harnessed. We even got a proposal from a third party, and we are looking at those, evaluating the options. So hopefully by 2025, we will have a scenario where those gas flares will be extinguished with a third-party solution. Again, most of the things we are doing, a lot rise on the back of technology, and that remains key for the upstream pillar to achieve the target of reduced CO2 intensity and greenhouse gas emission. Thank you so much. Hello?
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you taking us from where we are in the world today in terms of energy consumption, power generation, where we ought to be, and walking us through what you're doing at Elcrest and achieving safety records while you are doing all of that, deploying technology to do all of that. We thank you, sir, for finding the time to share the insights from Elcrest with us. Can we please give him another round of applause? Mr. Chiman Joku is the Managing Director of Elcrest. He's giving us a walkthrough in that presentation on what they are doing at Elcrest for sustainable energy transition and what outlook they have. Thank you so much. Onwards from him now, we'll go to the AGPC. What is AGPC doing towards sustainability? And I would like to welcome the Managing Director of the Ano Gas Company. Let's welcome Mr. Okemba.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank the technology team for inviting me to this session. And I'd like to once again welcome colleagues and invited guests who are here with us today for this session. I've been asked to speak on ANOGAS project's contributions towards sustainability and energy transition. So it's going to be a short speech, so please follow me from the very word go. But before I get into what we are doing at AGPC with respect to sustainability and energy transition, let me take some time to give you some background about energy transition as it is at the moment. And you will hear me say some of the things Chima just said in his presentation. So let's set the scene. So the world today is facing the daunting challenge of climate change, which has been largely blamed on the oil and gas industry. And that's the reason we have to provide our perspectives. So leading to loud calls for rapid transition away from fossil fuels. As a result, what we've seen in the last few years is that investments into the upstream sector of the industry globally has gone down from a high of $780 billion in 2014 to just over $351 billion in 2021, a sharp drop of more than 50%. So what that has led to is it has created supply pressure at a time of increasing energy demand. However, today, less than 13% of the world's primary energy requirement is coming from renewables. So energy demand is increasing. Investment into the upstream sector for dependable energy's supply from hydrocarbons is reducing. Only 13% thereabout is coming from renewable energy. So we are creating a gap. And that's why you see prices, heading in the directions that they are heading today. So the world today finds itself in a conundrum where it requires hydrocarbons to provide reliable energy to the world to meet increasing demand, but at the same time wants to get rid of hydrocarbons. So that's the conundrum that we face. There's also the more recent issue of Russia-Ukraine war that has caused significant disruption to energy supply, especially in Europe. But what affects one part of the world affects other parts as well, leading to very high volatility in energy prices, especially gas. So the gas that you aim to sell for maybe $3 plus in Nigeria, if you would get it into Europe, into the spot market, you're talking of $30 and more. So that's how volatile the market is as a result of a shortfall in energy supply. So there seems to be, and to highlight that as well, is that just yesterday, the EU Parliament once again labeled gas as a green investment for energy, as an energy source. So what is happening is that there seems to be a realization and acknowledgement that oil and gas, and here I'm going to talk about gas, has a role to play in energy transition. And that's why you saw Chima talking about an orderly energy transition. And in Nigeria, we don't just talk about orderly energy transition, but also a just energy transition. Because we're a resource-rich country, we have gas in abundance, we need to use it to generate power to drive our economic growth. But while doing that, we'll also be paying attention to how we decarbonize, reduce emissions, but at the same time make sure that we use this abundant resource to drive economic development. So there's a place for gas in energy transition. The world seems to be recognizing that. But our challenge as an industry is to look for ways of reducing carbon emissions from our activities, while at the same time contributing generally to reduction in carbon emissions around the world. And Seplat has this exemplary project of tree planting, because it's a very simple way of creating that balance. Remember, the goal is not zero carbon, it's net zero. So as an organization, how much emissions is coming from your activities and how much emissions are you taking out of the environment? So if you get to a net zero position, then you're not contributing to climate change effects. So with that background, let me then get into the subject I've been asked to talk about a bit, which is the sustainability features in ANO gas plants project, the gas project that we are developing. First of all, I would say that investment, building a 300 million scof per day capacity gas plant, is an investment into sustainability. Because what are we trying to do? We are trying to produce and supply natural gas to displace diesel as a fuel for power generation. And the reason is diesel emits about 40% more carbon than natural gas. So by producing and supplying about 300 million scof of gas per day into the domestic market, we can displace an equivalent volume of power, about 1,200 megawatts of power per day, that's currently generated using diesel, generating 40% more carbon emissions, with natural gas fired turbines that will generate the same power with less carbon emissions, but also importantly at a much lower cost. Gas prices in Nigeria have remained stable, but you've seen what has happened to diesel prices. So by providing this cleaner fuel, we'll be contributing to increasing power generation, providing economic growth, but at the same time contributing to lower carbon emissions. The second thing about our project I'm always quite excited about is the fact that we will be producing LPG. So LPG, as you know, is a cleaner cooking fuel compared to firewood and charcoal that when you go to the communities, you see women cooking with charcoal and firewood, and the emissions that come from that is substantially higher than if you cook with LPG. And our goal is to ensure that our customers distribute this LPG around the operations area as a way of making our presence impact the well-being and the quality of life of communities and people around us. So that's a direct step towards sustainability, improving the environment by reducing carbon emissions. But let me also talk about some very specific design features of the gas plant that also speak to sustainability. First of all, our power generation system will be a combined cycle system. So what that means is that we will use less gas in generating the power that we need. So we are installing a waste heat recovery unit. So this unit will take the excess heat from the gas turbine generators and use them as a heating medium to heat the exchangers and also the reboilers. That otherwise, you would have needed additional power to power those reboilers to be able to burn off the light ends. And so all of that, by using a waste heat recovery unit, we're able to reduce CO2 emissions that would have come from using boilers to heat up the hot oil system. The second specific feature of our gas plant that also promotes sustainability is the fact that we have off-gas and flash gas compressors designed and being delivered as part of the project. So the incorporation of these off-gas and flash gas compressors will prevent flaring that otherwise would have happened if we didn't have this technology solution into the design. So the off-gas compressors in particular will take gas from the condensate stabilization columns and feed them back into the deethanizer, while the flash gas will take gas from low pressure gas from the deethanizer columns, the inlet liquid separator, and the C3C4 splitter columns. So we'll compress this low pressure gas and inject them back into the system downstream of the JT valve, so that those low pressure gas that would have been flared, you're able to harness them, bring them back into the system, and sell them as gas going to power stations and other customers. So with just these few features that I've mentioned, the combined cycle power generation, we'll be burning less gas in our power generation, which is less CO2 into the environment. We've deployed technology in the form of off-gas and flash gas compressors to ensure that we're able to gather all the gas that would have gone out into the environment, will avoid flaring and increase the gas volumes that we will be selling and providing to power stations for power generation. So let me spend a few minutes to talk about ANO Gas Processing Company, for those of you who are not from Seplat who may wonder which company is AGPC. So ANO Gas Processing Company is a joint venture between Seplat and Nigerian Gas Company, a subsidiary of NNPC. The company is owned equally by Seplat and NNPC. And our objective is to deliver the ANO gas plant project, as I said earlier, capacity of 300 million standard cubic feet per day. So upon full capacity sometime next year, we will be increasing the volume of gas in the domestic market by at least 25%. So this is going to be substantial. It will promote gas to power delivery. So our expectation is, as the gas is made available and power stations use them, we'll see an increase in power generation. That will drive economic development, job creation, and other forms of, follow-on economic activities that come from steady power generation. So that is it in a nutshell with respect to AGPC and the steps we are taking to promote sustainability from our operations. Thank you very much, and very delighted to be part of this session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okemba. You heard him talk to us about the Ano Gas Processing Company, what they are doing at Ano Gas, what Ano Gas would do for the country when it's fully operational. I think I like the combined cycle power generating sources. I like that one. So nothing is really going to waste, you know, reducing. That will also increase the gas you're sending back into the country for power generation. And wow, amazing. Please, let's give them a round of applause. That's to tell you that Seplat Energy Plc is not paying lip service to technology, you know, what do you call it, innovations and adoption of the same technology. Because as we know, I think it was one of the panelists yesterday who said it, that the oil and gas is one of the slowest, let me use that word, in adopting technology as it evolves around the world. But any oil and gas company that has made technology adoption their primary focus, if you look at them, they always at the end of the day increase bottom line, and they stay in business a lot longer than those who turn blind eyes from technology. So Seplat is really charging a course for themselves that will make them, as the GMD said on Sunday this week, to become an international oil and gas company in the very near future. I mean, that was what charge he gave to IPPG member companies at the IPPG dinner during the NOG, and the Seplat is truly, and speaker after speaker, when they talk about IPPG member companies, Seplat is one of those companies that you know, comes to the fore when they mention success stories. So yes, the Ano Gas Processing Company is another huge success story, and the deployment of technology should encourage all the vendors here. So if you have any solution for Seplat, be rest assured that if it will optimize production, if it will drive down cost, if it will increase value, Seplat will look in your direction. And going back to what was said earlier today by Ogai Nome Otunudi, he did say that once that technology is put through the process of assessing it and checking whether the company requires it for any project, they would definitely use that technology to do what needs to be done in the business. Well, that said, time is a bit fast spent. Lunch is served now. Double checking. Shiosa, are we good with lunch? We're ready. Fantastic. All right, cool. So lunch is served. And to the nearly 200 of you who are online, thank you so much. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Some of you, of course, are members of staff, some of you are vendors, some of you are industry watchers who are watching what a company like Seplat is doing. Truly, the company is towering in terms of technology utilization, in increasing what they are doing and adding value to the country. So there you go. Lunch is served. Lunch is served upstairs, the mezzanine, by where you had tea. By my time is on the dot of 1 p.m., we will do lunch for, if you give me one quick second. Technology. There you go. All right. So we'll do lunch for 1 hour. That means we're back. There are not many of us here. We can do 45 minutes, yeah? Let's try 45 minutes. We should be back before. Let's be back. Let's be back at 1:47. 1:47 so that we can start the... And what are we starting when we come back from lunch? Let me just give you a quick reminder what we're starting. So when we return from lunch, we will be looking at how technology is responding to ESG demands. The speakers in the room, as I speak to you already, so we're just going from that into the presentation. And then we'll listen to GHG, SAT, Sniffers, Questor, and 3 other companies, and that will be the end for today. So for now, bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Upstairs, that way. You can now proceed to lunch, and we'll be back at 1:47, 1:50 to continue proceedings. Thank you all very much.
to the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. To the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. To the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. To the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. To the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential. To the re-energized Seplat for today and the future. The colors of our new logo symbolize growth, creativity, and diversity. The E in our name symbolizes our commitment to provide sustainable energy solutions to boost growth for society to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. These and many more underscore our unique business direction and our strong focus on the entire energy value chain that incorporates access to cleaner, sustainable forms of energy to power Nigeria. Our drive for energy transition will lead us to provide cleaner energy solutions to catalyze exponential growth for Nigeria's rising population and enterprise. Seplat Energy Plc is now even more committed to a cleaner and sustainable environment that works for all, hand in hand. With the power of our expertise and global reach, we will continue with our commitment to deliver unrivaled value. Seplat Energy Plc. Reliable energy, limitless potential.
Okay, so welcome back from the lunch break. We're concentrating on question 3, fronting how technology transforming ESG demand. Earlier this morning, when James spoke, he also talked about please, you can hear the sound of my voice from the dining segment of this hall. Kindly make your way back into the room. Those of you online, welcome back. I hope you can hear my voice. Welcome back from the lunch break. Told about the tailor-made ESG framework for extractive industry. She did also tell us how well Seplat Energy Plc is doing with ESG. The data that the company is acquiring for ESG, the subscription to different international accrediting agencies or rating agencies, if you like. The policies developed for ESG and the commitment to sustainability reporting are some of the things that Grace Amadi spoke to us, GM Sustainability, who spoke on behalf of the Director of External Affairs and Sustainability, Dr. Chioma Nwachukwu. She pretty much gave us an overview of all that Seplat is doing in terms of sustainability and ESG in general, and Seplat's commitment to keep ESG at the heart of our operations. But in this session, however, we are then looking at how technology is responding to ESG demands. Is technology aligning with those demands of ESG, especially from the innovator's perspective? And of course, end users, what kind of technology are they looking for now? I'm sure these and many more our panel will be doing justice to. I guess we can continue with our session. Sam, if you can hear me, can I see you just for a second? Sam? Just come around. Amarachi, can you send me word on how many people I have still online? Please send me word on that. Thank you very much. Okay, so we continue now to the panel session. As has been the tradition with the other sessions, we'll just read a short intro bio of one or two of our panelists who are external. Thank you, Amarachi. I see your message. So about almost 100 people are back online. Welcome back. I'm sure the others will be joining us as we continue the session. So let's get into the session. Let me begin by welcoming our first panelist, who has 15 years expertise and experience spanning a wide area of petroleum engineering practice, including production engineering and optimization, flow assurance, integrated asset management, and reservoir surveillance. He is currently the Digital Operations Solutions Manager in Sub-Saharan Africa in Schlumberger, based here in Lagos. I'd like to welcome Sofian Salam. Mr. Salam? Joining Mr. Salam is a recognized leader in the E&P industry with an impressive record of novel solutions and prestigious international awards, including multiple SPE Outstanding Technical Editor Awards. He was a past SPE Distinguished Lecturer and a Fellow of the Institute of Engineers, Australia. He's a serial entrepreneur, and he recently teamed up with another industry leader, George Zangel, to find solutions that lower the barriers to digital transformation for upstream oil and gas company. The new company, Mudazangal Limited, leveraged their novel hybrid intelligence model to create a digital transformation technology stack, Nobia. I could go on, and I will stop there to welcome the Chief Technical Officer for Mudazangal, Chidi Amudo. Chidi, you're welcome. This face mask is an interesting thing. I have looked for you with my eyes all day, and I've been looking at you. Didn't know you were the one because of face mask, but welcome. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. All right. Okay, so moderating this panel for us, we'd like to welcome a Customer Relations Manager for Seplat Energy Plc, Mr. Nathaniel Oyatogun. Amarchi, I need help here, please. Yes. Thank you. Please, if you can hear me from the service area of Eco Hotel, thank you for serving us lunch. Can you kindly allow us continue with the meeting? Thank you very much. Appreciate your understanding. One more mic. While I get mic for him.
We are all welcome to this afternoon's session. We thank you for joining us right from the inception of this program, which started yesterday. So for this panel discussion this afternoon, we're going to be leveraging on the experience of our panelists, and I will be asking them some questions, and they will give us insight into how we can progress in this journey using technology to deliver for a growing population, a dynamic population like we have in Nigeria, to meet the energy needs, and how we can do that in a sustainable manner. So I want to remind all of us that when we look at the world today, everybody wants responsible energy delivery. And to do that, you need technology to be able to make a difference. So I will start from my left and just ask, from where you sit today, what impact do you think technology will bring to the delivery of sustainable energy in the world that we're in, bearing in mind the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as to deliver sustainable and clean energy? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me clearly? All right. I think when you look at technology applications, I also look at the theme, which is about sustainability. On the one hand, it looks like they are contradictory, because when you talk about sustainability, the first thing that comes to your mind is conservation. You want to preserve things, you want to use less, and so on and so forth. And then when you look at technology, as you are talking about it, is to increase speed, efficiency, which is more utilization. So just by looking at it alone, you think that these are maybe mutually exclusive. But quite frankly, they are mutually enabling. In other words, you cannot have one without the other. For you to achieve sustainability, I mean, some of the vendors around you have been talking about actual measurements, deploying novel technology that like Daptem was showing, how they measure things without intruding on the operations. And other companies have also come up with different technology to actually measure what you are saying. Without that measurement and that visibility of what is going on, then how do you track what you are doing, and how do you determine how to lower the how to reduce emissions? So technology is going to be very vital. Without it, the issue of sustainability cannot be achieved. And you have also seen technology in terms of applications in different areas. Let's look at the issue of artificial intelligence, for example, the way it's changing the way we live with smart homes, lowering our footprints, driverless cars, and so on and so forth. So I do believe technology is essential for this journey. Even though on the surface it may appear as if it might be contradictory, but I think they must go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite interesting. So he talked about measurement for you to be able to track, because if you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. He talked about deploying artificial intelligence, and we will come back to some of these points later. We all know that technology is very crucial and a critical component of ESG effort, environmental, sustainability, and then governance. This is defining a lot of corporate organizations in the world today. These top oil field service companies now want to discuss with us how they are innovating to build an effective and comprehensive ESG initiative and infrastructure to aid the energy sector in securing its future operations. So I'll turn to my right, and my next question is, when you look at Africa, Africa is yet to enjoy the fruits of industrialization. And if we're going to measure, we need to have something in place as a framework. What, in your own view, will help Africa to be able to enjoy the fruits of industrialization vis-a-vis the energy that is required to bring about this catalytic change? And should we even be concerned about ESG at the moment in Africa?
Very interesting question. So I'm very passionate about Africa. I'm African myself. I come from Libya, and I've spent more than 10 years of my career working in more than 22 countries in Africa: Central, South, East, West, Nigeria, and Angola. So I've been working a lot with oil and gas operators and service companies, and yes, I think Africa is the future for sustainable energy, because the continent has huge potential in terms of oil and gas. I think we've seen a lot of presentations today and yesterday showing the figures on the potential that the continent has, either holding like more than 8% of the global reserves, more than 10% of the production today is coming from the continent. But of course, we are in the race of energy transition, and I think we can benefit from the continuing producing oil and gas, but also moving more to the green energy, focusing more on gas, and then get the funds, get the right funding to support more oil and gas operation, but in a safer, cleaner, and more reliable way. So I think the continent is going to enjoy this transition, because we have the potential to grow in the energy mix, especially in the oil and gas, but we also have the right environment for us to try all of these new transition technologies. Okay,
thank you very much. And I'm very happy that you mentioned the fact that, you know, Africa can still benefit from the oil and gas today as it transitions towards renewable energy. And you recommended that it can be done in a clean and sustainable manner. Thank you very much. So let me go back to my brother. And the next question is, when you look at where we are today, the economists, you know, propound a theory, having done some analysis about the situation in Africa today, that for Africa to realize its goal, its economy and the GDP must grow at not less than 7% per annum, you know, continuously for the next foreseeable future. Do you think that this is realizable, given the level of infrastructure that we have today, and the fact that we're just coming from COVID-19 that locked down the entire world? Thankfully, we were spared a lot of deaths in Africa, but how do you compare the planned economic growth with the infrastructure that will be required to make this ESG journey a well-accomplished one?
Thank you so much. First, let me challenge the premise of the question, because the question seems to suggest that maybe for lack of resources, that's why we're not developing in Africa. But the elephant in the room is that there are more problems. We are not short of resources in Africa. Even today, the source of energy, we have more than enough. But yet in a country like ours, we still live in relative darkness. But let's pretend, for the purpose of this conversation, that the only problem is lack of resources. And then we'll take, it's easier to unpack that way. Now, the issue around going, the good thing, in a way, if you can call it that the fact that we're not yet developed, is that we have a chance to get it right. At the moment, we probably contribute less than 2% of the energy-induced emissions related CO2 emissions into the environment. So, to a large extent, if we are going to double our energy requirements, or if we are going to increase our energy, we have the ability now to do it without going via the issue around the more polluting sources of energy. Now, when you now look at Africa, we are actually in a very good position to do great things. We are not that vulnerable in a lot of respects. Even though our exposure, even though we have the lowest footprint, we are still very vulnerable in terms of poverty, food security, and so on and so forth. But the resources within Africa is much more than enough that we need. We can actually lead the transition. So if you look at the new technologies now, like if you look at all these batteries, they need cobalt. Congo has about 2/3 of total cobalt produced in the world. If you look at the hydrogen fuel cells that they're talking about, which is supposed to fuel a cleaner energy, South Africa produces more than 70% of platinum. So the issue is not with resources. And this morning, or earlier this afternoon, we were told that natural gas has been classified as clean energy. More than 40% of the total gas reserves discovered in the last decade were found here in Africa. So we are in a unique position as Africans to play a very dominant role, and assuming the other problems that are inhibiting us are eliminated, I do not think this is something we should be afraid of. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I want to take up a follow-up question to what you have just said. And you made an interesting point that the critical issue is not the lack of resources in Africa. We have cobalt, we have platinum, we have gold, we have a lot of solid minerals that are required to make, various kinds of energy storage facilities. Now, but you did say that we do not have adequate infrastructure. So from your point of view and the work that you do, what must Africa do? First, as a unit, when you look at the African Union and the recently initiated African Free Continental Trade Agreement, how do you think Africa can come down together and overcome the infrastructure challenge to be able to tap those resources that you referred to?
Well, there's significant infrastructure deficits in Africa. And when you talk to those who are involved in infrastructure, they will tell you that there are a lot of funds out there that are very much interested in investing in infrastructure development in Africa. Sometimes the challenge they have is not so much whether this is going to be viable, it's sometimes some of the other issues that we have refused to go into now. But having said that, in order to bridge it, one of the things you are looking out for is accountability, is to make things very visible. And if you look at issues around, for example, there was a time people talk about 419 and money laundering and so on and so forth. But with the advent of terrorism, when it started affecting the Western world, and they started clamping down on moving money around without justification, I can tell you from first-hand experience, as a new company trying to set up a bank account overseas, is still a nightmare to get the KYC because I live in Nigeria. And that's because they are really clamping down on moving money around without justification. So in a very similar way, with the help of technology, all the digital footprint, when we shine a light on some of the issues that make those in power accountable, making it difficult for them to hide, then clearly there'll be more, concerted effort to develop the infrastructure required in order to bridge the gap between where we are and where we need to be. The reason why I feel very confident that this is also possible is very unrelated, but for those of us who have been around, if you notice what has happened to our Nollywood and our music industry. I grew up in an era of Babaluwe, a lot of poverty, most of these people, but today, for you to get a musician to come to your show or a DJ, you have to pay something. So, and what has happened is that people have lifted themselves out of poverty, due to creativity. So Africans are not short of creativity, we are not short of talent. I saw Seplat Crescent, for example, a fully indigenous oil and gas company that is performing absolute wonders in the industry. And I think there are many people that are willing to do more. And until we put transparency in and shine a light on governance and the way things are operating, the talent of people like that, it will continue to be a struggle. And I do think that the private sector will help once transparency is very much visible across the chain.
Thank you very much. So I'm back to you now. When you look at what you have done so far, I mean, earlier on you told us you've worked in different parts of Africa. So let's look at North Africa. How do you see the, implementation of adapting the nature to help in this ESG journey? For instance, there's abundance of sunshine across the desert. There's a lot of wind energy in different parts of the continent, but these are not being harnessed fully right now. So what must we do in Africa to harness these natural resources that can contribute towards our journey along the ESG journey?
No, very, very good question. So I think the answer is twofold. I mean, if you look at North Africa today, like Libya, Egypt, Mali, there are lots of like security situation, like this instability. So the economics is not as stable as. I don't think they have the time and resources to consider looking at. They're even struggling to pump oil because of the conflict that is ongoing in North Africa. Algeria, on the other hand, they have huge gas reserves and production, and they're putting a lot of focus on gas, especially after the Ukraine crisis. They're also trying to pump more gas to feed Europe. But I don't see as much focus or enthusiasm into the using solar energy or wind in that wide Sahara region, because I think because of the cost, and then the abundance of the fossil fuel that they have, in addition to the security issues that they have, which is delaying most of the investment. Investors are not going to North Africa today because of the security concerns. Now, Sub-Saharan Africa is a different story, right? I think the focus more is in mining. You see a lot of focus on geothermal, for example, in East Africa, which is a good source of new energy. Nigeria with the focus of gas. So I think, as I mentioned, this is a journey. It's a transit area we're in. We're very happy to be part of this. I think 2 to 3 decade journey of moving from fossil fuel to renewable energies, but I don't think we are there yet. Yeah, North Africa is still lagging behind. If you look at the oil, most of the IOCs are the European IOCs are leading the adoption of the new energy because of the push from EU. But if you look at the national oil companies like Sonatrach, for example, they're still lagging behind. So there's still more to do from the African nations to push to the other side of the story, of to be more of the leading side of adopting new energy. I hope that addresses the question.
Thank you so much. Now let's move to the area of digital economy, as well as the role that technology is playing with respect to ESG deployment. Do you see enough resources being deployed to digital technology which can help transformation for the implementation of ESG initiatives that will make companies to get adequate funding if they need to go to the market to source for fund to develop their projects?
I think the good thing about emission is that it doesn't matter where you are emitting the emission, it affects the whole world. So the whole world, therefore, is very much interested in ensuring that emission is reduced. So for a company that wants to thrive in this new carbon world, they have to demonstrate their commitment to emissions reduction and efficiency in the way they do things. And like I said earlier, you cannot do these things without, promoting technology along with it. So an industry sponsorship like this by Seplat is one way to create awareness, where you kind of see what other people are doing and see that when we come together like that, rubbing minds with internationals like Schlumberger, along with the locally developed ones like Sapphire Crescent, that could be that meeting of mind to see how local entrepreneurship can also merge with international practices. So I do think the will is there, at least for some companies like Seplat, at what they are doing now, and what is led for us to do, at least in Africa, as far as I'm aware of, we are not short of extremely brilliant people to take on this challenge and make the most out of it. And there are many success stories around the world to expect that. If you look at the fintech space, which is an example of digital technology, it has just gone totally, it has set the pace. So similarly to my expectation is that some of these smaller companies that are involved in energy transition and applying technology, they can take comfort in the success of our colleagues in the fintech area to recognize that attracting funds to develop the local technology we need to transition Africa from where we are today to where we need to be is always going to be possible. And I think that is my belief.
Thank you very much. So my next question has to do with the investing community and how they perceive ESG vis-a-vis corporate governance. Research has shown that investors are likelier to do business with organizations that prioritize ESG. For instance, last year at one of the AGM of an international oil company, a global player, we saw what happened where some members of the board were kicked off by activists that were focused on ESG. So my question therefore is, are we doing enough in Africa to make sure that organizations are compliant with ESG initiatives?
Yeah, very good question. And actually, this was the topic of the NOG conference that happened 2 days ago in Abuja. It was mainly about funding and how can we secure the ENP funding for the next decades. And there is a lot of, we've seen in the last 5 years, a drop of 50% on the capital investment drop from the investors that in the fossil fuel because of the focus of the green energy, right? But I think things have changed slightly recently after these geopolitical changes with the Ukraine crisis. We've seen a lot of demand on the oil, and I think some of the investors are rethinking, right? So I think there is some return on coming back to invest more in the capital projects in Africa. If you know, there is more than 400 projects that will be sanctioned in Africa, oil and gas, starting from like Total Energy Uganda have got the FID for Tilenga, for 20 billion project, and there is Shell LNG. So there's a lot of sanctioned, approved projects that have got the funding in the oil and gas, despite the drop that we've seen globally, right? However, we still need to encourage operators to show more commitment because you still need to get the trust of the funding agencies, the banks. So you need to show some commitment on reducing emission, on showing some KPIs in your company, like on sustainability. You need to show some plans, some serious plans on low carbon footprint, scope 1, 2, and 3. I've seen what Seplat is doing this morning. So most of the oil companies actually are contributing to the 2030 net zero target. And this is where you get the investors and the stakeholders to come in and be encouraged and get the trust back. So an example of what we're doing in Schlumberger, we are encouraging net zero operations. We are deploying technologies that we use electricity instead of gas to power our operations. We're using some technologies to introduce in our planning of the rig, how can we improve the less reduction of CO2. So these are some of KPOs, and we are actually having it becoming a culture of the company to be more sustainable. So I think this is what needs to be done. What I encourage the independent oil and gas companies in Nigeria is to include this kind of ambition on sustainability in their vision. So this is how you get the trust from the investors to come back and put money. But nevertheless, especially with the focus of gas, we see a lot of new projects coming in Africa, Ivory Coast, Senegal, deep water Nigeria, Ghana, and I can name a long list of projects that are actually being sanctioned in a traditional oil and gas operation. So it is there, but we can get more funding and more trust by encouraging more reliable, sustainable, and greener operation. Okay?
Thank you very much. So one common theme that I hear from listening to both of you is the fact that Africa has a long way to go in efficiently harnessing the huge resources that Africa has. And I heard you oscillating between, the current oil and gas that we have and the future aspiration for renewable energy. So my next question, therefore, is that balancing these two in terms of the development of the existing oil and gas infrastructure, where we are switching from dirty fuel to gas, which is less polluting, it's the cleanest of the fossil fuels, and we want to use that as a transition to renewable. What would you recommend for Africa as a balance of priority in terms of how much should we still give attention to the oil and gas, and how much priority should we give to renewable energy?
It's a delicate balance, like you rightly pointed out. But it's very pleasing. I think earlier in the day, the representative for ANOC was talking about initiatives by Seplat in the area of producing LPG and encouraging the neighborhood to use LPG instead of local firewood for cooking. So a lot has to do with cultural shifts or education and retraining, and companies like Seplat that have embraced this in full on, partly also because they're also held accountable by international standards, needs to also find a way to encourage even contractors that work for them to see the importance of being very visible in the way they are responding to ESG goals. So when you set this target, it's not enough to say I'm doing very well. It's also important that companies that want to do things with Seplat should demonstrate that they are following the examples of Seplat. For example, it can be as simple as say, okay, let me know your footprint. What are your goals in this area, and what are you doing to achieve it? It can be in terms of organizing workshops like this, or it can be in terms of having seminars to educate their contractors on the little steps they can make. Because what typically happens is that once people are aware and they are knowledgeable, and they can see that their survival also is tied to these ESG issues we are discussing, then the creative juices start to flow. So it's not an either-or question. It's a case of, as an industry, we are forced, we have to embrace this situation, because without the world, the industry doesn't even exist, you know. So, and I think that education, that recognition that we can transition without losing livelihood, maybe we'll live differently, but without losing livelihood, might be one of the ways in which you are probably going to break down barriers and get more people to come on the train and join this journey to make things, to make the world a better place.
That's quite interesting, because I hear you say, from the example of Seplat, what Seplat is doing, it's not just enough that Seplat is trying to be compliant with ESG provisions, but Seplat is also extending it to its vendors to also begin to think about that. So it's quite important that, you know, it's everybody's responsibility. And when you are able to take control of the things that you are directly responsible for, you know, tier 1, and then the ones that you get through others, tier 2, and then tier 3, which has to do with a lot of other things outside of your control. If we begin to think of ESG as a way of life where we are considering the environment, our activities should have minimal negative impact on the environment. We are living our operations, carrying out our operations in a sustainable manner, and we embrace good governance to make sure that we are not just doing it for the numbers, we're not just doing it, but we're doing it because that's the way to go. You are concerned about people, about the planet, about the profit, and in the long run, when we are done and out of this place, we leave the world, the earth, and the resources around us for the incoming generation in a manner that they can also be proud of. So that brings me to the next question. What do you think Seplat as an organization should do more in this space?
Very good. No, I think I was very impressed, as I said, by the presentations made today and yesterday on the Seplat vision, strategy, and most of the case studies that have been doing. We work with Seplat very closely in Schlumberger, and we provide consulting studies as well. And there's also an area that we think we can do more. You mentioned that emission is global, regardless of where you are. If you're emitting CO2, you're harming the globe. You're not harming your country or your village. So some area that hasn't been given justice is the area of carbon storage, carbon sequestration. So we are producing gas. It's fine. We're selling the gas. We're consuming it. We're trying to reduce CO2 emission during our operation, but can we help the globe to actually reduce the CO2 from the air by actually collecting it and then dumping into the ground, which what we call CCUS, carbon sequestration and storage. So this is the area that we can encourage companies that are advanced in their sustainability plans to include in their portfolio. It's just basically a very simple compressing facility. We have the experience, we've done it elsewhere, but I think the continent is lagging behind when it comes to carbon sequestration. And that can actually help us achieve the net zero 2030 and even negative, right, CO2. So I think this is an area that we encourage to put more focus on in the coming days. Yeah.
That's interesting. So you mentioned carbon capture and sequestration, and that readily brings me to mind what Seplat is doing about Tree for Life, where Seplat has a plan to plant and support the planting of at least 1 million trees every year for the next 5 years. That's quite a lot of trees that will absorb the carbon dioxide, you know, which contributes to global warming. It will also give a means of livelihood, because these trees that are being planted that will absorb carbon dioxide, some of them are economic trees. So those who get to plant them will benefit, you know, from the economic potential of those trees. Some of the trees are ornamental. They are good for beautifying the environment. Those who plant such ornamental trees will also earn a lot of income by selling those exotic trees. So that will then complement what you have mentioned in terms of carbon capture and sequestration. My next question, therefore, is with this kind of initiative that we have seen Seplat deployed. Earlier in the day, we heard what Elcrest is doing about trying to put out the flares, even though they don't have too many high GOR wells. So you can see that across the Seplat subsidiaries, something is being done to make sure that every aspect of ESG is imbibed in the operations. So I then want to ask you, what would be your recommendation to the oil and gas industry in Nigeria? Having seen some of these initiatives by a leading company like Seplat, would you see it as something that can be recommended for other oil and gas companies to follow?
I think you may say the simple answer is yes, but ultimately every company is in business to make money, first and foremost. So even though you have the good intentions, if you follow just good intentions, you'll be out of business before you knew it. All right. So, and I think the best way to have a look at this is to say, okay, it's cost sustainable because you have to remain in business while you are doing that. And every company is going to be unique. The issue of carbon sequestration, for example, may not necessarily be very applicable in this part of the world, simply because of the nature of the crude that we have. Usually when you capture those kind of CO2 and you decide to store them, it's probably because you have some economic need for it. Either you want to use it for enhanced oil recovery schemes or other usage you want to use it for. But if there's no economic benefit to the organization, then there'll be no incentive to do so. Now, an area in which Seplat can be very helpful with is to encourage companies to, I do know that companies who have sensors and are able to measure your flare and all of those things, there's a room for actual physical measurements. But the reality is that sometimes the cost of doing that by smaller players becomes too prohibitive. So there has to be a balance between what you estimate and what you also measure. And at least that sense of measuring something, even if it's of calculating something, even if it's not fully 100% correct, at least you are tracking the trend. And I think promoting that culture, having those KPIs that has to do with sustainability, and insisting that their major vendors also show, you know, in words and in deeds, that they are also tracking their footprints and showing ways in which they are improving. That would be one of the ways I think Seplat can lead by example and make the message a bit wider. But one should not make a mistake around this. People are in business to make money. And unless you are making money, you'll be out of business and out of employment. So that balancing act must be taken into account as you transition from the dirty oil to more cleaner way of living. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So, I know that time is not our friend in gatherings like this, but I want to say thank you to both of you. Before I take your parting shot, one thing I want to say is that we've all listened this afternoon, we've heard what is being done with respect to technology deployment, and we've heard our panelists saying that it is doable in Africa, and also Africa has a potential to benefit from the enormous and abundant resources that God has blessed Africa with. What we need is to deploy appropriate infrastructure, appropriate technology, to harness those resources and convert them and monetize them for the benefit of Africa and the entire world. And we can follow the example of Seplat, that is collaborating with vendors, that is collaborating with industry, collaborating with leading research institutions to make sure that this technology deployment is applicable, and we're continuously looking at our areas of operation. For instance, recently we deployed very sophisticated infrared cameras to be able to detect fugitive emissions in our area of operations. And by deploying such a sophisticated camera, we were able to identify some leak points that ordinarily you would not have been able to see or detect with the naked eye. But with appropriate technology, we were able to identify those leak points, and remedial action was put in place. And we've heard this afternoon, there are many things that we need to do, and ESG is not just the solution, but it is the way to go if you want to be relevant, if you want to get funding from the investing public. You must be ESG compliant. So my parting shot from you, what will be your recommendation, you know, if we were to hold this kind of a day next year? What would you like to see from this year to next year? What would you like us to do as a company that will show that we are fully committed to ESG principles?
Of course, we want to see results, want to see case studies, and we want to collaborate. Actually, we are doing something similar in Sapele, where we are implementing one of our IoT technology to help optimize the chemical injection, but there is also areas where we can collaborate to, as you mentioned, using visual analytics to capture, to visualize like methane emission from the valves, or reducing flare, you know, monitoring, etc. So I think we need to see more case studies and papers and real numbers comparing as is versus like benchmarking the as is case versus the implemented technologies that have been deployed. I was in the last year event, and I'm very proud to see the results have been made this year. A lot of case studies, good successes that have been shown. Even though we passed through the transition of COVID and working from home and everything, but you can see that if there is a will, there is a way. And maybe let me conclude my comments by reading this quote from the late OPEC Secretary, Mr. Mohammed Barkindo, God bless him. I was in his speech on Tuesday in the NOG, and this is a quote from what he said. So he said, each step we take to improve energy access is a step to the right direction. We need all forms of energy to reach our destination. And he also quoted, as Madiba Nelson Mandela said, you can't start changing your world for better daily, no matter how small the actions are. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and I think we are in the right timing. We can see the synergy and actually the sync of the thinking between operators, service companies, and local communities. So thanks so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And back to you, what will be your parting shot, and what would you like to see when we come for the Technology Innovation Day come 2023?
I think one of the things I would like to see next year is for Seplat to show the progress they are making and the sacrifice they have had to make. Because a lot of people are really scared of embracing this ESG issue because they believe it will kill the industry. Just like when you talk about digital transformation in organizations, a lot of the old school don't want to embrace it because they think they will be out of a job. So it will be very good if by next year Seplat actually shows this is what we're doing before in terms of emissions, this is the progress we have made, and with this, even this progress, we are still here and we are growing. And I think that kind of example where painful decisions are being made and we are still growing in a sustainable manner will be a very powerful message to the industry that you can still thrive even in this very difficult decarbonization world that we are now living in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. On this note, I want to, on behalf of Seplat, thank both of you for your valuable contributions, your invaluable insights and deep thoughts, that you have brought to bear in the discussion this afternoon. Thank you for partnering with us in the areas of technology deployment, and we look forward to deepening the relationship. And I want to, on a parting note, thank the management, the board, and the leadership of Seplat for allowing a day like this to come to pass, where for 3 days we're looking at technology, we're looking at initiatives and things that can change the game and that can enhance our profitability, showcase our care for the planet that we're in, and also bring about the fact that we care for the people, not just the profit, but we care for the people, for the planet, and for our profitability. And to help us to harmonize all these three, we rely on technology. Thank you very much. Thank you to those who are online, who have listened to us in the past nearly 1 hour. We thank you for being a very good audience. And at this point, we would like to round up this section, and I will hand over to Richmond.
Thank you very much, gas customers relationship manager for Seplat. Nathaniel Atogun. Sean, I need assistance, please. Okay, you did help me. Thank you. Thank you very much to our three panelists, two panelists and moderator. Thank you so much. Walking us through how technology is affecting or could affect ESG, and how is also responding to the demands of the same. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so from that presentation, we're going over now to the technology showcase, if you like. And this time we're zeroing in on the category of flare gas utilization and reduction of emissions. We've listened to different presentations since we started yesterday as to how Seplat is making effort in utilizing their gas, reducing the emissions as much as they can. But now we'll be listening to vendors who are in the room, some online, who will be talking to us about their technology offerings on how the company can best handle, utilize their gas and reduce the emissions even further. So we'll take two of those presentations virtually and 4 on site here. And first off, we're going to go over to GHG SAT. GHG SAT will be our first vendor company taking these presentations. GHG SAT's International Sales Director is online, joining us remotely to make the presentation. Lola Odunsi, good afternoon. Sound. Okay. Good afternoon,
Hello,
Lola.
can everybody hear me?
Now I'm beginning to hear you. Good afternoon.
Perfect. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me today.
You're most welcome, Lola. You have the floor. You have 15 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you again for the opportunity to be speaking with you today. I guess, as introduced already, this panel is focused on flare gas utilization and reduction of emissions. So just to introduce myself, I'm Lola Odunsi, working with GHGSat as International Sales Director. And over the next 15 minutes or so, and I'm going to rush through this very, very quickly, is that I will discuss on some of the key aspects of methane emissions and the available GHGSat products and services that can address these emissions and the options as well available for those reductions, some of which we've been talking about today. Now, just to reiterate in terms of what we're talking about, the world must tackle methane emissions. Why is that? Again, the methane is a quick win for both climate and energy security. So methane is far more potent as a greenhouse gas than CO2. It has a global warming potential that is about 86 times more than CO2 over a period of 20 years. So fixing methane now is actually a very significant short-term impact on climate change. So in terms of, and methane is actually also very important in terms of the energy security, as I mentioned before. Now, with the IEA, they published a report last week. It kind of estimated that a concerted effort to limit flaring and methane emissions could make nearly about 210 billion cubic meters of natural gas available to the market. So, and that's equivalent to about approximately about 5% of the global market. So I'm going to be talking a little bit more through what GHGSat does and, you know, how that fits into the equation. So I'm not sure if you could provide me the next slide, please. I'm not sure if the technical team. Okay, thank you so much for that. So GHGSat is actually pioneering in the emission monitoring industry using satellites. So as well as satellites, we also have the aircraft, we've got the analytic solutions, and ultimately we actually provide a historical data repository, and that would be that helps with understanding trends. We've talked about understanding trends both locally, both globally as well. So GHGSat was actually established, for those who are not aware, in 2011, and we do have a long-standing experience of over about 10 years now, entirely focused on methane, and we've got an extensive team of experts and scientists predominantly dedicated to methane as well. So in terms of that, this has resulted in about 10 times improvement in our detection threshold over the years, from our demo satellite launch in 2016 to where we are today with our 4th generation of satellites in our constellation. So we have a dedicated methane mission, and we have the know-how of the data retrievals and the processing of these emissions, etc. But since the first launch, we now have about 6 satellites in our constellation, with the most recent 3 added only May 2022. So we have a plan for an additional 6 satellites for next year, and one of those will be fully dedicated as well to CO2. So our growing constellation implies that we can have increased repeatability of sites, with a mission to actually get to daily readings of your sites, and that would allow as well to understand global trends, to understand what is intermittent, what is consistent emission, for example. Again, one thing I wanted to highlight is our easily deployable nano satellites. They're all about the size of a microwave. It kind of allows us to be cost effective in our approach, and it allows us to also provide data very quickly and in time, so you can make those actionable and mitigations that you need to put in place as quickly as possible. So as an illustration on here, with the 3 satellites in 2021, we measured about 143 megatons of CO2 equivalent of methane emissions, and that was only with 3 satellites. So we're able to carry out these monitoring from space, but incredibly right down to facility level at 25 meter spatial sampling. And I will sort of discuss that through, in more detail through my slide. So next slide. I'll try to talk very quickly. Next slide, please. Okay. So what are the key requirements for site level monitoring if you're using satellites to look at methane emissions? And some of the key things that I'd like to point to would be things like your, low threshold, low detection threshold, and an ambiguous attribution to the sites. So for operational, like for leak detection and repair objectives, you must be able to detect the smallest possible emissions at a spatial sampling that allows you to delineate between those sites. So in terms of the technology specifications, and I'll draw your eyes to the table at the top, GHGSat uses its own fleet of satellites to measure methane emissions directly from the facilities, and we do this at 25-meter resolution. So that is more than sufficient to actually isolate plumes, which are kind of attributable to individual sites, and we do this with 12 by 12 kilometer field of views. So our satellites operate with a detection threshold of 100 kilograms per hour. In comparison to public satellites that you might be aware of, these thresholds only detect literally like the ultra emissions that are about 3,000 kilograms per hour. So in comparison to 100 kilograms per hour, we're able to detect these smaller leaks as well and have those mitigation actions in place. And with this capability, we can actually control our satellites as well. So we're not kind of straddled with the challenges of a long queuing system. We measure on demand globally, and it's within a few days. You will also get your results within 24 hours, so you can take those immediate actions as well. And by the way, because we operate on these nano satellites, we can provide these in a very cost-effective manner for you in that sort of top-down approach for emission monitoring. So here, I'm going to draw your eyes to the two images that you see. I illustrate this with two examples. To the left is the operational field, is an example of an operational field in New Mexico. Now, New Mexico is a highly prolific area. It's got a lot of nearby facilities and it's got a lot of assets within any field of view. So you could probably ask, so how exactly, with so many assets in one field of view, how can you monitor in a cost-effective way? And you'll also notice the white spots in the image. Each white spot depicts a well pad. Each well pad is susceptible to emission. And in the second picture, within that same picture, you will see that the detected plume found here was linked to and it's pointing to a well pad. Sorry, I've got an echo. Based on the color bar, with you will see the red meaning a higher concentration, pointing towards where the emission is coming from. The other example I show as well to the right is kind of showing our capability to easily back propagate many active plumes within a field of view. So you've got many different assets, you've got many different operators operating in the same field of view, with all of them having these emissions happening at the same time. Here we see 8 plumes within one satellite pass, and it's made of a combination of different emissions, leaking valves, compressor stations, unlit flares, etc. But we are able to actually detect all of these different thresholds. If you compare this to the public satellites, for example, you'd only be able to see about 3 of these. But with our detection threshold, we are able to actually attribute further down and, right down to those facility levels for all of those sites. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, how can we prove our technology works? Now, GHGSat we have a demonstrated track record for detecting leaks on a daily basis. And we've done this extensive testing, and we've performed this using, to try to check the performance of our instruments. We've done this using blind control tests, for example. We've also done a lot of backing of peer reviews, etc., with educational institutions, oil and gas companies, etc. Now, we focus our controlled releases to account for terrain, to ensure that, there is transparency, and it's you can benchmark this against different terrains. We do this with the weather, we check with cloud conditions, etc. Now, these controlled releases are used to actually check the performance for the identification, for the quantification, and subsequent validation as well for these emissions that have been recorded. So here I show you an example from a controlled release we carried out with Total. In this case, GHGSat had no idea of the knowledge of the release rate, no idea of the position of the source, but we were able to determine the location of the emission. We're able to extract the how do you call it, the spectral footprint and the wavelength within which methane absorbs gas in the atmosphere, and we are able, and this is using the spectrometer, and then we convert this to a measure of concentration, and then using what we call the integrated mass enhancement ratio, we then convert this to an emission rate for you. And so we extracted on ground 250 kilograms per hour. We usually provide you with what we believe is the most accurate number, but with everything scientific, we will put those deviations across that for you. So in this case, we measured on ground 250 kilograms per hour, and Total measured on ground 234 kilograms per hour. But the one thing to point out, regardless of which solution you look at, if you're talking about satellites, the key, most sensitive factor in determining those rates would be the wind. So I just wanted to point that out to you as well. Next slide. I'm going to talk even faster now, sorry, because of time. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, GHGSat, we've also carried out quite extensive research as well and development to, progress from onshore and started looking at offshore, what we call the glint mode technology. And now we do have proven capability of making observations, which we have carried out in a lot of platforms, obviously with the very contained and controlled way within offshore facilities work. Detecting those plumes are rather a little bit more tricky, but we've been able to accurately detect and measure emissions over water during a controlled release. Now, in the example that you see on here, I show a controlled release carried out over a lake in Alberta, Lake Newell. The emission rates that was released on the shore, so there was some sort of emission released on the shore, and with the wind blowing in the direction of the water to try to kind of simulate the plume, and the retrievals that we measured was 964 kilograms per hour with the ground truth of 949 kilograms per hour. That's kind of showing the credibility and the accuracy of our measurements. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. But one thing I wanted to also point out on here, I would really like to note that there are other satellites in orbit today with methane detection capability, and there are more coming as well. So it's important to realize that, all of the capabilities will be complementary, even if they've got different objectives. You will see some of them have objectives for, global policies and global mappers, which will be having much, much bigger detection thresholds, much bigger spatial sampling. You will find some that will do it at a regional level, and we can and do work well together. However, if you want the detection and repair level, you want to be looking at facility level measurements like GHGSat. So the satellites do this top-down
with the measurement device. With the measurement device, we can quantify the leaks from 1 ppm. Then you have a second option that is with the infrared camera. That's less accurate. It's not built for that as well. It's built for detecting the highest leaks, the bigger leaks, as from 4,000 ppm. No, one back, please. Yes. We don't only do the leak detection, because indeed there is emissions coming out, but also what you see below on the picture is measuring with an acoustic measurement the passing valve is going to the flare. Because there we can detect if that passing valve has internal leaks, which is also not visible from the outside. And we call it always the money maker for the end customer, because when you can detect you have internal leaks, you can reduce a lot of cost as well. Because then you can prevent that the gas still goes to the burner and get burnt. Yes, you can go to the next slide, please. So also for the vents, we can do a high flow sampling or a bagging. So meaning that we are going to see what that particular valve is going to do in time, when emissions are released or not. And then we can also quantify that in a period of time as well, to give you also a right understanding what's coming out of that valve as well. Yes. So also for the venting, same technology. So we put the bag over the vents, and then we're going to analyze as well the outcome. So it's not only on source base, but also on venting that we can do and not calculate, measure the emissions. Once that we have measured them, we will also calculate the total outcome together with your production hours, for example. Yes. Of course, then you have also your flare. We talked about measuring acoustically the flare valves, but there is also a technology that already exists for the flame, the flare flame. So here we can measure the incomplete combustion and also generate the flare efficiency. So this is a thermographical multispectral camera that we use for that, and we use that as a service. So very expensive cameras. I think it's around $150,000 for one camera. So it's very expensive, so that's why we concluded to offer that as well as a service. Yes. So one of the technologies that's also an option is 24/7 monitoring. There we use different remote sensings. So then we're going to put different remote sensings around the facility. And then when you go to the next slide, yes, these are IoT sensors that we use for that. And in the next slide, you will see then the outcome. Yes. So this is the outcome. So you can put different thresholds in it. And once that one of the thresholds of a medium is trespassed, you will also get an alarm. And then you know which area you have a problem. And then you can fine-tune that with the source measurements as well. Yes. Of course, you have also the top-down measurements. We use, sometimes use as well the satellites, which was just explained by our colleagues from GHC-SAT, but also drones can be added as well. So we put methane sensors under the drone, and then we fly around the facility, and then we can also map the methane outcome of that facility as well. So there we know the weak spots of the facility, and then we can go for deeper investigation in those weak spots as well. Yes. So we are not flying inside of the refinery or the facility or above. No, we just fly around and then we map it. So we come from ground level to a higher level, and then we can map the greenhouse gas concentrations as well. So it's not only methane, but also CO2, for example. Yes. So all that data, all that measurement data is captured in our SEM software. It's created by us with customers. So the entire inventory of the facility is there. Also all the streams, the mediums, everything is there. And then with several, you can go to the next slide. So your inventory is there. Not only the fugitive, but also the venting, the combustion is there visible as well. And after several measurement campaigns, you can also benchmark between the different measurements campaign that you have done, which give you added value as well, because then you can see on, for example, an equipment level or a source level, which sources are the most leaking as well. Yes. Calculation is also in there, depending the calculation that you want. Just refinery calculation or in method GMP 2.0. So everything is there also possible to calculate. And all our customers has also access to the software. Yes. So the reporting is there as well. It's not only the reporting, the final reporting after the survey, but also all your repair orders are there. So once we have found a leak, we will create as well a repair order, which makes it easier for your maintenance team to find that leak back and to maintain it as well. Because, okay, detecting emissions is one thing, but you have to maintain it as well to get the right reductions as well. Yes. So as a roundup, it's not only to protect the environment, but it's also to save money. This has a positive influence on your maintenance costs because you know where to maintain, and you can also prioritize your maintenance because, of course, you have to tackle first the big emitters and then go lower. It reduces as well the risks on explosions and fires, and it has also a very positive influence, of course, on the health of the people that are working in the facility. So as a roundup, we start with inventory, meaning that we are going to analyze all the PNIDs. We make an inventory on a source level. After that, we will detect which measurement equipment that we will use. We go on site, do the measurements. Once we find a leak, we will tag it as well, makes it visible for everyone. We will make repair orders. Then we make the detailed report. We will explain as well the report. And then we advise also the customer how they can improve as well. So, yes. So I think I'm right on time in the 15 minutes. So you can reach out to my email address, which you see for the people online, but you can also reach out to our local partner, Mr. Arinze from Marshall, who's also present here. So I'm looking forward to the questions. And we have a booth, so I will be here today as well. If you have detailed questions, and tomorrow I will be present as well. So thank you for the time and inviting us.
You know, because you spoke not just within your time, you also have some minutes to spare. So I'm going to ask if anyone has a question for you. If they do, I'll take one question for you. If they don't, I'll move on to the next speaker. Does anyone have a question for him? No one? Or Sam, if there's a question online, shoot me the question online for him. I still have like 5 minutes of his. I can use it later. But thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Onwards now, we would go to the next presenter. That's sniffers. They are sniffing the leak. Interesting. All right. Thank you, Kevin Reniers. Kevin is International Sales Manager for Sniffers. And from Kevin, we're going back remotely on the Zoom app. And this time we're going to the President and Chief Executive Officer of Questor, who is joining us remotely, Audrey Mascarenhas. Audrey, are you there? How do you pronounce your name, Audrey? I can't hear you, Audrey. Please unmute. Please unmute. I ensure you unmute your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Right, Mascarenhas. Did I get that? Or I failed it?
You got it perfect. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm sorry I couldn't join you in person.
It's all right. You have the floor now. 15 minutes is yours. Please take it from here.
Okay. Is it possible to share my presentation?
Technical, please. Do we have it? Do we have it? Technical? Is she sharing herself or do we have it? Sharon? We have it. So are we sharing for her? Okay, there you go.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk today about how can we get rid of flaring and venting and why it's important. Next, please. So we know globally there is a lot of gas that's stranded, i.e. there's no infrastructure to deal with it, and our typical way is to flare it or vent it, which has a big impact on air quality. It releases harmful emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, but it's a significant waste of energy. And of course, it has a big impact on the community and the quality of life. Questor gets rid of all of this, but in addition, ensures there's no harmful pollutants. So the next slide, I'd like to show you one of our units operating in Colorado. This is next to people's houses. There's nowhere for this gas to go. But you can see that you don't see any flame, black smoke, and because Colorado has very tough rules on air quality, we've become a key tool in creating that win-win. Next slide, please. In addition, when we combust this gas cleanly, we generate a lot of energy. So we've got the ability to take that heat and convert it to power, which is what you see in the first picture. We can use it to treat water. We can also use it in process, so to break an oil water emulsion, for example, or to use process heat. Perfect. So who's Questor? We've been around for over 25 years. We're a public company. We have patented technology. And we work not only at large facilities, but we've got a portable unit that allows us to support maintenance. And what you see there is this patented trailer that can move this unit and set it up within 10 minutes ready to go. We've got ISO certification. We're the first company in the world to have achieved ISO 14034, and it verifies that any stream we take, we can destroy at 99.99% efficiency. We are the global leader in clean combustion, and we have a very strong technical team who has worked in oil and gas. And so we understand our clients' world. Next slide, please. So the reason our company got formed was really to find cost-effective solutions to deal with waste gas. And of course, because methane is so much worse than CO2, and because we have this high efficiency, our focus is really getting rid of methane to do it cost-effectively, but look for opportunities to use that energy wisely. Our equipment has been designed to ensure over 30 years of operating life, and we have units all over the world. Next, please. So I want to explain our system and why we're a little bit different from everyone else. We have a patented process. We don't use blowers or fans. We have a natural draft system. And what we're doing is creating this high velocity vortex from the pressure in the gas inside our chamber. The beauty of that is we get lots of mixing, we naturally bring in air, and the testing Shell did showed we could bring in over 150% excess air. And this one unit can handle multiple streams, but this system also allows us to pull in low pressure vapors and fugitive emissions. We get lots of mixing because of the vortex, and we leave the molecules in the chamber for a long period of time, which is why every single time we can guarantee that we've got 99.99% efficiency. Next slide, please. This is just an example of some of the testing that our clients have done in the field, and we've been tested numerous times. But you can see here, this gas is very similar to the gas that we've been seeing in Nigeria working with Seplat. And what it shows is we achieve 100% efficiency. And this was the basis that allowed us to get ISO certification. We've also been chosen by the Solar Impulse Foundation as one of the top 1,000 solutions globally that are sustainable, make business sense, that can tackle our challenges on climate change. Next, please. Here's some quick examples of early production facilities. So this is a pad site in Colorado. It's 44 wells. And you can see circled in yellow one of our portable units. They're fracking the wells right now, and everything's coming to us. So there is no fugitive emissions, there's no methane. Everything that's produced on site is coming to this one unit. And the reason it has to be taken at nighttime is no one believes our units are running when you look at them in the daytime. The units in blue are there when the whole pad goes on to production to handle the gas. Next slide, please. In addition, we work at a lot of facility sites to redesign them so that there is zero venting and flaring. One of the big sources of methane that typically, of course, gets vented is everything we do around maintenance and equipment upsets. So we do a lot of work with pipeline blowdowns, engine maintenance, soft starts on engines. This one unit is not only handling the day-to-day volume, so the dehydration, the tank vapors, etc., but it's also there for upsets and maintenance. And because we can take multiple streams and multiple pressures, one unit provides a very, very effective solution. Next slide, please. This is one of our units, and I want to show you, here it's doing pipeline maintenance. It's in Texas at College Station. There's over 17,000 houses around this site. And of course, not one complaint. And this is our portable patented trailer. So that's how we were able to move these units quickly and set them up in less than 10 minutes with no pickers and cranes. But I want to show you the impact and how significant not putting methane into the atmosphere is. In this case, this stream would have been vented. It's about 5 million standard cubic feet a day. By cleanly combusting it, we reduce greenhouse gas emissions 97%. And now, depending on what global warming potential you use, and I've shown both the 20-year and the 100-year, you can see that we significantly reduce GHG emissions, and most importantly, we're doing it at a cost of less than 10 cents a ton of CO2 equivalent. Next slide, please. To also address things that are important to the community in terms of noise, at 100 feet away, we were similar to the traffic noise. Additionally, a building that was 40 feet away only saw a 10-degree Fahrenheit increase in ambient temperature. So two of the big issues with flaring is noise, of course air quality and odor, but the radiant heat. So we become a much safer way to deal with gas that's stranded. Next slide, please. And this just emphasizes this is someone able to stand right next to our unit as it's operating. It also eliminates the risk of forest fires, and of course, in colder places, it protects the permafrost. Next, please. This is just some quick examples. So thank you letters from community. WPX in New Mexico used it as their ESG initiatives, and this is on their Facebook page. But you can see from these quick examples that we become an integral part of creating the win with community. Next slide, please. We use a lot of the monitoring tools that you've been hearing about, but we're doing it in a different way. Instead of being reactive and looking for the leaks, we believe a proactive approach yields a lot of benefits. So design the facilities, recognizing you've got to do maintenance and equipment fails. So design them so that you're not flaring and venting, but use this technology to confirm that you have no leaks and that you have no harmful emissions. Next slide. That allows you then to monetize the offsets. And I want to quickly share a business case. This is a small oil battery. It's flaring around 300 MCF a day. I'm going to assume the flare is 95% efficient. By using Questor's clean combustion technology, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions 2,200 tons a year. We can generate 200 kilowatts of power from that waste heat, which reduces the greenhouse gas emissions another 1,000 tons. But because we're generating power which could be for the site to eliminate diesel power generation, or we could put this power on the grid, but I'm going to conservatively assume it has a value of 8 cents a kilowatt hour, this generates a revenue of $140,000 a year. Over a 10-year project life, our capital is around $1 million. Our revenue is 1.4, so we've generated a 30% return on investment, but we've reduced 32,000 tons of CO2 equivalent for zero to negative cost. So there is a very strong business case to look at clean combustion. Next slide, please. All the things I've talked about create an opportunity to generate a carbon offset or carbon NFT. We've developed a system that allows us to trade these offsets on the voluntary market. And there is a lot of value, especially in the upstream oil and gas industry, to reduce emissions and generate these offsets, i.e. climate mitigation options. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and what I want to show is that there is a different path to net zero that is attainable. First is cleanly combust and don't put methane into the atmosphere. You get a double whammy. Not only do you get rid of the methane, but you have a chance to take that waste heat and do something useful with it. And in this case, power. Both of those reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then finally, because we're in an enclosed chamber and we're so efficient, the CO2 and nitrogen and water coming from our stack can be captured to sequester or sell. So we think that this could be a very easy, attainable way to get to net zero without the expensive carbon capture. And then the last slide is, I just wanted to share that even though I'm not with you today, my partner Adamu is with you guys, and we have a partnership, so please reach out to him and we'll see how we can help support. Sorry, if you can go to the last slide, it gives you my contact info. No worries. So I can be reached quite easily. Please reach out. Questor Technology, it's www.questortech.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Audrey Mascarenhas. Yes, I wanted to be sure I got it this time. President and Chief Executive Officer for Questor. Thank you. Onwards now to our next presentation from Mudozangal, and we are listening to one more time Chidi Amudo, Group Chief Technical Officer. Chidi? Let's put our hands together and show him a warm welcome as he makes his way to the podium.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope, can you hear me? Okay. All right. My name is Chidi Amudo. The slide, who is controlling the slide? Okay. My name is Chidi Amudo. I'm one of the co-founders of Mudozangal. I'm not the CTO like I've been introduced. I don't think I have the brain to be the CTO, but I do most of the executive work. So I'm the CEO of the company. And my partner and I, Georg Zangel, founded this company about 2 years ago. Now, if you are going to be involved in ESG, like we've been saying, transparency is very, very critical. And we have a platform called Nubia, which essentially, if you look at the tagline, there is nowhere to hide, and you must know where to look. So you listen to the lady who just spoke on Questor, and how you can capture methane, combust it, and utilize that energy for power, and even sell some of the waste products to companies that may need the CO2. So today I'll be talking about how we are addressing the issue of flare gas utilization and emission reduction within our platform called Nubia. Next slide. Okay. So this is the image of how the world look at us as an oil and gas company. And this was the image I had when I first joined the oil industry. You go to all of these land locations and you see a lot of flaring out there right in your face in the middle of the town. That was how I grew up in Nigeria when I first joined the oil industry. And my first surprise was that when I started with Shell, when I went to my first training to Holland, right in the middle of the city, they took us on a tour, and you see drilling activities, you see flow station, absolutely no flare. So what was so different between Nigeria and a country like Europe? All right? So for us, as an industry, we know that we are going to play a very big role in terms of the energy transition. We are actually very well positioned to do that. But unfortunately, the way things are now, there's a lot of pressure to make that change even more urgently. But to achieve this, the industry has to make sure that we are in a position to remove any form of emotions from the conversation. And to do that, you have to be able to control the narrative, make it very visible what you are doing and how you are doing it, and ultimately participate in the policy and the issue around the circular economy principles. The technology that Questo just illustrated now is an example of using waste and converting it into some form of product that is very useful. So we are trying to address that with our solution in a way that makes some of these numbers very visible to our clients. Next slide. So do not hide from it. The reality is that if you hide from it, it's still going to come back to bite you. And the starting point is to know your footprint. That's the very first thing. How much damage am I causing to the environment? And by knowing that, you confront the issue head on. So first and foremost is to be able to track your emissions. And you've heard a lot of things around technologies that can measure these things and transfer them to you. But the question is not the case of measurement. The oil and gas industry is very renowned for measuring things. The biggest problem we have sometimes is not the case of measurement, but what we do with the data. And people will tell you that 80% of the data acquired in the oil and gas space are useless. They are not being utilized. Why? So the other thing is that how do you then ensure that when you invest so much money to acquire this data, you're actually using it for good? And I'll tell you how we are doing this differently. The other thing, in the case like Nigeria, where there are penalty costs in order to encourage oil and gas producers to move towards reducing their carbon footprint, you also need to quantify what that cost really means in bottom line. And also, what is the potential benefit if you were to save this? And, for example, utilize that gas for an economic benefit. One of the things that is also very important is your capacity to forecast your GHG emissions. So it's not enough to track it, but it's also important to be able to model what it's going to look like in future. So while measurement is very, very good to give you like control points, you have to have a model that integrates all of these things and is able to capture the way your business is going to look like in future and what your footprint looks like. So how do you then do that? You have to be able to integrate the metrics into all of your business processes. I spoke earlier around the issue of holding some of your vendors accountable. You can even go as far as saying your employees should be an embodiment of ESG good behaviors. For example, not just how they fly for business visits, but how do they come to work on a daily basis? Do they do carpooling, for example, if they live in an estate with colleagues, and so on and so forth? Little steps that kind of show that you are tracking this behavior will actually bleed into the way the organization actually proposes a project. Next slide. So, what have we done? In this case, you see, we talk about our hybrid intelligence model. In our hybrid intelligence model, what it basically does is that it fuses two things together very, very seamlessly. First is the technology, cutting-edge technology, and you will agree with me, not all companies have the capacity to have all the technology that they need. Secondly is the domain expertise. No matter how big you are, it's almost impossible to have all the domain experts you have on payroll when you need them. And there are a lot of domain experts that have retired prematurely because of all these issues around the oil and gas space, who still want to contribute meaningfully into the ecosystem, but then they are no longer considered to be full-time employable people. Our technology brings these two together, and we got those two things, hybrid intelligence. When we apply it in the case of what we are talking about now, what it does is that it allows you to see the solution space a lot wider than you would have seen it if you are doing it on your own. It enables you to make data-driven decisions because a lot of data are available to you. It will boost the energy efficiency, and most importantly, it will reduce your carbon footprint. So in the next slide, it is an imperative. You either decarbonize or you lose the social license to operate. In Nigeria, we talk a lot about license to operate, in terms of community-related issues, but as you could tell from from yesterday and today, even the issue of raising funding to do your projects, people expect that you have to be socially responsible. You have to be sustainable in your development. Getting the fund, and without the money, obviously you cannot execute any of these projects that you have in mind. So the license to operate socially is an imperative for us, and that is why we must find a way to decarbonize. And the impact is actually very, very huge. If you go to the Niger Delta, for example, you see the impact on agriculture, the agriculture ecosystems. Farmers that can no longer farm, fishermen that can no longer fish. You see the health hazards in our people, and clearly also the impact on the global warming. We've been talking about farmers not being able to farm, people having health issues, but until the issue of global warming came into being and it became a worldwide phenomenon, the emphasis on raising capital of people, encouraging companies to be more socially responsible, has not taken this much dimension. Now, the traditional solutions, like we talked about earlier, you capture the carbon and store it. When we look at our environment in Nigeria here, how many reservoirs can actually benefit from carbon CO2? Let's talk about enhanced oil recovery. Our oil is our reservoirs are so good that it flows most time very naturally, except of course for some artificial lift, for some secondary recovery mechanisms. Most people tell you in Nigeria the problems we have in the oil and gas space are mainly above the ground and not in the ground. And that's just a testament to the fact of how good our reservoirs are. These are DASI reservoirs. The second thing is the transition. The technology exists. And you look at all the lovely people that are here, the technology does exist to transition from where we are to where we want to be. There are things around virtual gathering systems, but sometimes it is the scaling of the solution that is the problem. So, for example, if you want to develop a solution, for example, convert the gas to LNG, or you want to have micro power generations, and you're in the middle of nowhere in the Niger Delta, is it viable to do so? So, at the end of the day, money still talks. If it's not economically viable, you can't expect a company that is for profit organization to embark on doing it. So there has to be a way in which the economics has to work. And one of the ways to do that is to measure things, is to be able to predict the effects of what you are doing, and able to quantify the potential benefits or impact it might have on your operations. Policy and fiscal solutions are also very, very important. If the tax regime encourages it, that might be another way that the company might also look at it very favorably. If policies encourage it, that might also be another way to look at it. But ultimately, you are in business to make money, and unless, of course, it's economically viable, most companies will not embrace this, will not look at gas flare, how to utilize gas efficiently. Continue. Next slide. So, what are the reduction of some of the things you can look at? We look at issues around asset integrity. The last presenter talked about not just being able to react, but also to predict. Where is your next failure going to come from? Where is the leakage going to come from? I heard about Seplat using some kind of infrared technology to predict fugitive emissions and therefore be able to proactively deal with it. Now, when you look at something like this, when it comes to fugitive emissions, not all companies can probably afford all of that technology. The next question, what's the next best thing? So you can do maybe spot measurements as control points, but you can then do an entire modeling to have a sense of what kind of, because if you do a mass balance of the whole thing, what goes in must ultimately come out, unless of course it is the ground. So that might be an alternative. There are options around connected wearables, but you can wear these things, and unless of course there is an expert at the other end of the place that's actually interpreting this data and giving you advice, sometimes you may take the wrong action. But when you have these connected wearables, what does it do for you? It means your footprint is going to be lower. You don't go to the warhead, you don't travel from place to place when you don't have to do so. Sensors and remote monitoring particularly speak to that particular issue. I know Seplat is very big on sensors and remote monitoring. Besides the issue of security, which is an issue in the Niger Delta, there's also the impact on the footprint in the way you currently work. And I think that also has to be encouraged. Then the concept of digital twins. This is particularly very, very helpful, and digital twins can be in different ways. Those in reservoir engineering or subsurface will tell about your simulation. Your simulation is an example of digital twin. But your infrastructure, your flow station, your everything, things like that can be digitized. You can have a digital twin. And when you have that, you can simulate a lot of things in the office before you actually go offshore. The cost of flying offshore is very expensive. So typically what you can do then is that you can simulate a lot of things you want to do remotely, and digital twins can be built for different reasons. Some of them are operational, some of them are for concept design, and for a variety of reasons, but that's another way in which you can reduce your footprint. GPS tracking, in this particular case, I'm going to refer to issue around badging. I know Seplat is also considering something like, just like many people that are struggling with using the pipelines to evacuate their crude, they are looking at badging. The question is, how can GPS tracking help? It's a very mature technology, but in this particular instance, when you start badging, you also have to optimize the route of the badge. You know, how are you going from point A to point B? And the data you're acquiring, how are you optimizing the route to ensure that your footprint is also reduced? So that's also very important. Robotics. There are industries, especially manufacturing space, where, in fact, individuals have almost virtually been replaced. There are drilling rigs now that are operated by robots, and so on and so forth. This automation process is going to continue and is here to stay. And how much you are able to integrate into the way we work is something that has to be investigated within our local space, but robotics is here to stay for us. Then unmanned platform is something that has always been there for us, but the less manning you have on the system, the less energy, the less people you have on the platform, and therefore the more efficient that is going to be. 3D printing, what some people call additive printing, is printing closer to where you need it. When I joined the oil industry, we used to be the reservoir engineers petroleum engineers thought they were the owners of the industry. But when they did an analysis, they realized that the real cost center, the real thing that the industry was actually doing was in procurement and logistics. Virtually everything you are going to do goes through that chain. And it was at that point that there was a huge transition from having people that were maybe not as educated to highly educated and some of the best brains now working in procurement and logistics, because it's an extremely expensive venture. Most of the cost centers reside in that place. And if you get it wrong, you are really going to struggle as an oil and gas company. So what has 3D printing got to do with it? If you can bring 3D printing to where you need it, in other words, if you can print your parts locally, rather than shipping it from the US or from Europe or from Asia, then of course you reduce the cost, you reduce the footprint, and of course you can respond faster to things. So embracing 3D printing is an area that industry needs to go to in order to bring to reduce the cost of logistics. And the next slide. Next slide. And I think that's about my last slide. Very timely from the moderator. And thank you so much for your time today. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Technology. Thank you very much, the CTO for Mudazanga, working us through their own technology offering. All right, so we just continue in that same light. And this time we're making a quick switch to Daptem Engineering, and Daptem Engineering's Chief Executive Officer is here on site with us. I'd like to welcome Oladapo Ojo. Oladapo? Is he here? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be presenting here today another technology that we've been deploying and we've been using in the oil and gas industry for digitization and also for measurement. My slide. Okay, today we'll be talking about flare gas measurement for business and environment. And one of our partner products that we'll be talking about is Fluenta. Next slide, please. So a brief introduction is numerous studies such as from the IPCC and the World Bank shows that emission from fossil fuel and other dominant causes of rising from temperature and devastating effect of climate change. One source of this emission is gas flaring, a practice that has been in place for over 160 years. So like the former presenter said, most of us came into this industry seeing different sites with flames and soot. So the practice forms part of operation at oil extraction well refineries. These are the places where you see all these flares coming out from the vent. The next slide. So let's just define flaring. All of us have been talking about flaring. So gas flaring refers to combustion of associated natural gas generated during various processes, including oil and gas recovery and petrochemical process. Oftentimes, there are no infrastructure to collect or transport the gas, and therefore it is flared. Just like the previous presenter said about recovering of this flare, the recent initiative by the Nigerian Commercialization Gas Plan. The plan is to recover some of these gases that are being flared and turn it into power and other form of utilization instead of flaring, so thereby reducing the rate of emission and climatic change that is currently happening in the global world and even in Nigeria. If you go to Port Harcourt today, you see different suits forming in different locations. These are result of flaring and also maybe illegal refinery and the rest. So oftentimes there is no infrastructure to collect or transport the gas, and therefore it is flared. Flaring is also used in emergency to expel excess gas. So in process, in plants, flaring is used to just depressurize and allow the process not to have issue. When gas isn't flared and it is released into the atmosphere, it is called venting. Next slide. So the problem with gas flaring is an extremely wasteful practice because really the amount of gas being flared in the country and in some places can actually be converted into other form of energy or other form of usage. Just like we were told that energy can, what was the
adage again, energy can neither be destroyed. Are we science? Are we engineering? Help me out. Energy can neither be. Yeah, so you can always convert it to one form or the other. Please, the previous slide. Okay, no problem. So around 142 billion cubic of my slide. Around 142 billion cubic meter of flare gas are burnt off every year, which, if put into use, would generate enough energy to power the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. So this called for a need to be filled in the industry by some of us who are business owners here. So gas flaring is also harmful to the environment. So apart from wasting energy, you are also degrading the environment. You know, about 400 million metric tons of CO2 per year are released into the atmosphere from gas flaring alone. And due to the mix of natural gas sent to the flare, not all is burnt off and converted to CO2. A significant amount of methane and black carbon soot are also released into the atmosphere. So these are the problem with gas flaring. Next slide, please. So this has created an environmental challenge. To curb the large volume of greenhouse gas emission from flaring, oil and gas company must understand how flare gas is handled in their installation and be able to measure and report their emission. This is where we come in, measuring and reporting the emission. This is where our product, our solution comes in. So we find our solution in various oil and gas installation, both marginals and high OCs today. So there is a saying that what you can measure, what can be measured can be changed. So that's the reason why we have most of these meters offshore, in offshore facility and onshore facilities. And under the guidance of people like NUPRC, former DPR, they make sure that each of these sites have this meter in order to capture what you have been released. And there is a cutoff point where you have to be sanctioned or pay fine depending on the number of gas you're flaring. And people like the Nigerian Gas Commercialization Plan also are going towards eliminating flare completely. Next slide. So why do you measure flare and vent gas? Flare and vent systems are primarily installed for safety and waste gas disposal purposes. So flare and vent gas measurement system are installed to monitor gas volume for one, regulatory legislation. People like bodies like DPR, NUPRC. Another reason why you measure is to reduce emission. Another reason why you measure your flared gas. In facilities today, you hear about mass balance, whereby you need to capture what you are injecting into your well and what you are producing. So the difference between what you are injecting and what you are producing and what you are injecting to the different processes in the plant is what we call mass balance. So that is part of the reason why we measure flare gas, for your mass balance. Next slide. So this is where Fluenta now comes in to develop products. And today we have numerous installations. Like I said before, during the pitching, we have over 60 or 70 installations in Nigeria already in the major IOCs and the marginals. And we want to thank Seplat and all of you for being part of this event. We thank you.
Thank you, Daptom Engineering's Chief Executive Officer, Ladako Joe. And now we're going to our last presentation for today. From Baker Hughes, we're being joined virtually now by Senior Early Management and Sales Leader, Emission Management, Chinedu Iheme. Chinedu Iheme, good afternoon. I don't know where in the world you're dialing in from, but if it's in Nigeria, good afternoon. Please say something so we can hear you and be sure we are on the same wavelength.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be in this workshop. If you can hear me, can you confirm, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Technical, can we please see his video? We can hear you. You have 15 minutes. You take it from here.
Okay, super. Thanks a lot. And I lead early engagement for Baker Hughes. I've been in Baker Hughes for over 20 years. I've been part of leading initiatives that support emissions management. I've been part of the strategy, including having been on projects for major IOCs and helping reduce emissions across the gas value chain. So very excited to be on the call. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've listened, and I know this is the last call for today, but we've listened to quite a number of various speakers, and I concur with quite a number of them. What Baker Hughes does is to bring in an end-to-end solution, and I'm speaking to the next slide, so whoever is controlling can help move to the next slide, please. So for the end-to-end solution, it's really firstly understanding what the goal of Seplat is. And I know for operating assets, so the OML 41, the OML 38, the OML 4, there are goals that have been set by leadership. And those goals include what you see to the left of the slide. However, to be able to get very clear roadmap, and also to lead in the greenhouse gas management plan, there is the need to firstly be able to baseline those emissions, and Baker Hughes provides the end-to-end solution to that. From baselining of the emissions, then you can begin to have understanding of those emissions, and all of those baselines are done with emission factor calculations. However, you need to reconcile that with instruments, and this is consistent with some of the OGMP 2.0 requirements, and we provide solutions in that space. And thereafter, that allows you to have some abatement process or programs in place, and those processes and programs now allows for fulfillment of your roadmap. And to that point, you're speaking about control. So there is the measurement side, there is the abatement side. Underneath that, that's a lot of control, and that's where the sustainability platform comes in. We also would allow for high capex spending, and that includes some of the climate technology solutions we have. So typical, the clean integrated power for decentralized grid system. I heard in the last 1 month, there's been a failure of the grid. So it really makes a lot of sense to think around that as well. Hydrogen becomes a play. It might be very early here as well, but huge potential for Africa. All the things that happen in the Sahara, we can take advantage of that. The nice weather we have to be able to generate green hydrogen through electrolysis of water. And Australia is taking good advantage of that in collaborations with Japan. So advisory comes in because in that way we're able to provide that peace of mind to you. So as an example for Seplat, you would not need to worry about any of the chains in helping out from understanding your emissions to the point of where you're able to submit to either of your regulating bodies, or to be able to make audit, or to fulfill your sustainability report. We provide that end-to-end solutions to you. So the next slide, I'll begin to get more into details. So when I spoke about the baselining of the emissions, we have over 60% in a JV with Diamond, and that's the IO Consulting. So IO Consulting provides an independent reporting on your baseline emissions. And what that means is that we're able to look at your emissions and be able to understand that very clearly. As an example, scope 1, scope 2, and give you insights on scope 3. What I've put on this slide is to give you an idea of how this is framed. So using the decision quality framework, you can see very clearly what you need to do, how you need to do it, and in a very structured way, aligned to ensuring that you can fulfill your carbon reduction roadmap. So that's what we speak to when we say creating that baseline. It allows for you to have very dedicated approach to how you want to reduce your emissions, and bringing in all of the plays that are needed to guarantee that you're making the best decisions on your pathway to reducing your emissions. Let's go to the next slide, please. And so when we spoke about the control, very clearly, we have a partnership with Microsoft, and it's very important that I mention this here, because that provides the architecture and the backbone for what we're speaking. So we're not speaking of just a software. We're speaking more like an enterprise solution, more like a platform that allows you to be able to have visibility of your emissions, and provide opportunities for you to mitigate, and to also ensure that you have reporting attached to that. Let's go to the next slide, please. I'll try to see how well I can be fast with this. So there has been challenges, and Seplat is not an exception. There has been challenges with limited visibility. I speak to different customers every day, and I know that this is a major concern. So there is limited visibility, there is limited operational actionability. So what that means is that you're getting a lot of data, but you don't know how to take actionable insight on those data. What this platform does is to provide that clarity to you to improve on the visibility at operators level, at operation managers level, and even up to the executive level. When they take decisions, they need to see why those decisions need to be taken. So the platform provides that, but also along with that also provides operational actionability, and then improves your efficiency. Let's go to the next slide. I'll try to be as quickly, as fast as I could. And so this shows in very clear terms what that means. So we're not proposing a new software, as it were, and discarding what Seplat has existing. We will take everything that Seplat has, and we will be able to help improve, and to the point that Seplat is able to take very clear decisions on how they want to mitigate, most especially how they want to reduce their emissions, and then be able to have automated and auditable reports which could be shared with all stakeholders involved as well. Let's go to the next slide. And so this just gives an example of what you will be seeing if you would want to test out this platform solution. And then very clearly you could see how it details, first of all, what the KPIs are, and so you can see that very clearly. You can see all the details you need. You can see the options and how you're ranking from the largest emitters to the lowest, and where you need to make those investments in. Accurate measurements will also be included, because we will be deploying instrument solutions as well to ensure that there's a reconciliation of whatever you have existing, either it be emission factor calculations or any of the data that's coming from your own equipment. There will be some reconciliations done in that space. Let's go to the next slide, please. And so I earlier on spoken about the instrument part of it. And so there is the automated solutions. And we've deployed this to quite a number of customers to the point that we now have customers that do not need to go to locations at every point, because having this solution, the automation solution, allows them to take decisions based on looking at the 3D modeling in their offices. So the engineers are able to decide on what changes needs to be done, because they can look at the 3D modeling and then take dimensions of it. And if they need to give to procurement or they need some maintenance, it's able to happen. Now it comes to the environmental solution piece. For the environmental solution piece, there are two solutions that sits in there. One is the continuous monitoring. And everyone before now has spoken about the need for continuous monitoring. We provide the most accurate continuous monitoring solution right now. It's we're deploying it not just in the oil and gas, but interestingly, we're deploying it even in the wastewater industry. An example, because of the high regulations required in the UK, we're deploying that solution in the UK as well. For the Lumen Sky is the drone-based solution, so OGI camera. You would not need to have everyone going and checking all the valves, but by flying across, you minimize all of the labor that needs to be employed to go per valve, per joints, and per stations. You can actually do that with the drone, and it's shown to be more cost-effective, and it's also shown to reduce the emissions. We are in collaborations on the AI solution space with Saudi Aramco on this piece, quite interesting. So to the point that we are able to detect corrosion without having to break the insulations for detecting corrosions. Quite interesting. Aramco really wants us to fast track these and scale that up. It's just to give an idea of what we're doing in that space. The next slide, please. And to this point, I think after this slide, I'll have to hand over to my colleague, Uche. But this shows you an example, and everyone has been speaking about methane and CO2. Very clearly, there is a lot of effort towards methane as I speak with you. I have teams that are in Brussels, and so a lot of focus is on methane now, really because methane has more global warming potential as compared to CO2. So what that means is that if you could keep the leaks and minimize leakage out of the gas pipelines, then there is an increase in productivity for you, but also you're helping to reduce the rate at which the earth is warming up. So a lot of focus is on that, and we have solutions that address that. We also have solutions that address CO2. As you know, Baker Hughes, over 100 years, we are the only energy technology company that has the end-to-end. So from the reservoir side to the OFS side, the oil field side, to the equipment side, and then into the turbo machinery rotating equipment side, we cover with where OEMs are across that chain. And I will go to the next slide, and at that point, I will hand over to Uche. Uche, if you're on the line, can you take this over now?
Uche, before you start speaking, Uche, you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so just to build on what Chinedu said, so we're Baker Hughes. We have a long history, over 170 years of in turbo machinery engineering, and in addressing the global emissions. So we looked at several things. How do we address our existing installed base as well as the new units as well? So with the existing installed base, we developed a technology called Carbon Optimizer, and that was basically, it's a technology that you install in existing gas turbines to help reduce emissions, because we find that over 65% of emissions in the oil and gas space are from combustion. And because we know the technology, we felt like we can develop this to actually address that. Another thing I want to highlight is flexible power generation. So we have a line of gas turbines. The smallest gas turbine we have is as low as 5 megawatts, and the largest is as high as 128 megawatts. And with infield power, what you have is a lot of these remote sites that have routine flare gas. You can actually use that to power your field. as opposed to powering it with diesel generators and the likes. And then looking at it as well, like I said, we developed our new line of gas turbines, which are a lot more efficient, a lot more and a lot more environmental friendly. Please, next slide. Okay, so like I said, addressing routine flaring. So we have a long history in gas processing. I mean, we're a world leader in LNG. LNG is just one of the, I'll say, it's gas processing as well. So we decided to use that knowledge and say, okay, how do we help even address routine flaring in the field? So we have smaller gas processing plants, which can go as low as 5 million SCF, and then even as high, like I said, because we're a world leader in gas processing, we have singular modules which are as small as 5 million SCF and as high as 150 million SCF, for LNG processing and general gas processing. Next slide, please. I mentioned before our infield power. So we have our small size gas turbines, which are ideal for for infield power, utilizing your associated gas to actually power your equipment on the field. And in that case, you're using as low as 1 million to 1.5 million SCF, which would have ordinarily been flared, but rather you're using that to power your field and also reduce your cost. You don't need diesel generators and diesel to run your plants. Next slide. Another thing I wanted to highlight is our ICL compressor, and general compressors, always over time as they are being run, they vent gas into the atmosphere through the wet seals or the dry gas seals. So we developed our ICL compressor, which does zero venting whatsoever, and it's ideal for pipeline operations and other operations. And the plan here is we kept looking how can we improve our technology to address emissions. Next slide. This is the last one. So and this is also another technology we developed as well. We understand because we understand compression technology, which is part of our product portfolio. We realize that a lot of emissions also come from venting. A lot of overtime, a lot of gas is trapped within the compressors, and over time it leaks into the atmosphere. So with our DGS emissions recovery system, the idea is to actually recover a lot of this gas that is trapped within these compressors, compress them and put them back into your process. I think this was the last slide. So just in general, Baker Hughes Turbo Machinery, very long history of engineering in the turbo machinery space, and we have used our know-how to see how can we address problems related to emissions, while also developing a new line of products to address the industry. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chinedu and Uche of Baker Hughes. You are our last tech presenters for today's day 2 of the Seplat Energy Plc Technology Week 2022. Time is first spent. We'll open tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with a recap of what has happened today. I don't want to bore us this afternoon so much, so that we can be all refreshed and geared to go for tomorrow when we do a short recap of what has transpired today, beginning with a presentation from our GM corporate production all the way to Uche and Chinid from Baker Hughes. Well, we've come to the end today, and we're finishing off with a refreshment served right where you had tea earlier. But please do well to join us on time tomorrow. For those of you online, a big thank you again for dialing in to be with us. Today, at the peak moment, there were nearly 150 of you. We thank you. We appreciate you. See you again tomorrow morning, the last day of the Tech Week 2022 from Seplat Energy Plc. Richmond Osuji is my name, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.